let's begin the Guess Who's Back, folks? Me. Hello, people. Sororio speaking. Welcome to TheCrazyBunch's WebShow, episode number 70, and we just came back to the TheCrazyBunch's WebShow after a month hiatus. Mostly because I've been exhausted and of course don't know what to do next. And after a long month hiatus, doing nothing but sit around just doing nothing, I'm back to the TheCrazyBunch's WebShow again. So after that, we decided to do not one, not two, a buttload of dev topics today. So let's just go ahead and read those dev topics now and see what we got for us, shall we? And then we're going to read more topics like these after we get done with the dev topics. And then we'll do our fun facts of the week. So let's read the dev topics first and see what we got for us, shall we? See what we got for us. Now, a month ago, I had said I was going to read James Caan. Now, unfortunately, I didn't get that. I was so busy because I got back into Stranger Things. Anyway, let me get a drink before I pass out and everything. Anyway, his name is James Edmund Caan. Anyway, he was an American actor known for his film and television performances, okay? He was nominated for several entertainment industry honors, okay? Including Academy Award, 2 Primetime Emmy Awards, 4 Golden Globe Awards, a motion picture star for the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1978, okay? After early roles, in Howard Hawks' El Dorado in 1966, Robert Altman's Countdown in 1967, and Francis Ford Coppola's The Rain People in 1969. He came to promote playing Sony's Tropius in Godfather in 1972. Okay? A performance which earned him Academy Award and Golden Globe nominee for Best Supporting Actor, okay? He was part of this role in Godfather Part 2 in 1974, okay? Caan gained acclaim for his portrayal of Bon Pacino in 1971 television movie Blind Song, for which he received a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Limited Series or Movie nomination. Caan received Golden Globe Award nomination for his performance in the drama Together in 1974, and the musical Funny Lady in 1975, which is my mom's favorite. She's watching this now. Anyway, he continued to receive cinematic roles in feature films such as Cinderella Liberty in 1973, Rollerball in 1975, Bridge Too Far in 1977, Comes the Horseman in 1978, and Chapter 2 in 1979. His work after 1980 was more sporadic, okay? Performances such as Thief in 1981, Guards of Stone in 1987, Mystery in 1990, Honeymoon in Vegas in 1992, Ball Rocket in 1996, Eraser in 1996, Mickey Blue Eyes in 1999, The Artist in 2000, City of Ghosts in 2002, Dollville in 2003, Elephant the same year, and Get Smart in 2008, okay? He was born on March 26, 1904 in the Bronx, New York City, to Sophie and Arthur Caan, okay? Jewish immigrants from Germany, okay? His father was a kosher meat dealer, okay? One of the 3 siblings, Caan grew up in the Southside, Queens, okay? He was educated in New York City and later attended Michigan State University, MSU for short. Anyway, he was a member of the Asthma Management Pi fraternity, anyway, during his 2 years in Michigan State, okay? During his time at MSU, okay? He went to play football but was unable to make the team, okay? He later transported to Hartford University in Hampshire, New York, but did not graduate. Wow, okay. His classmates actually includes Francis Ford Coppola and Leonard Kazan, okay? While studying at Hartford University, he became influenced by acting it was interviewed for, except to enroll in New York City's new neighborhood playhouse, School of the Theater, when he studied for 5 years. One of those students worked with was Sanford Meltzer, okay? I just fell in love with acting, he later recalled. Of course, on my improves ending in violence, okay? In the 60s, when we began his career, okay? Khan began appearing off-Broadway in plays such as Arthur Schwarzenegger's Rondé, before making his 1961 Broadway debut in Blood, Sweat, and Stanley Pool, okay? Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, his first signature acting role, okay? In 1969, he starred Coppola's Rain People, okay? His first television appearance was in an episode of Naked City. Anyway, he was also seen in episodes of Play of the Week, Route 66, also premiere of Dr. Calder. The Untitled was one episode sketch starring Lee Barron. Anyway, The Doctors and the Nurses, Death Valley Stays Twice, okay, Wild Country, and Comeback as a German sergeant, okay. He guest starred in Ben Casey and Kraft Spensphere, okay. His first film was Armagh Dodge in 1963, okay. We had the uncredited bit part of the U.S. soldier with the transfer real more interested in a baseball game than the girl. Wow, okay. Khan's first subreal film role was a punk Harlem Who Gets an Eye, poke out in the 1964 thriller Lady in the Cage, okay, which stars the late Alva Alvadan, who praised Khan's performance, okay. He has roles in the Alfred Hitchcock Hour and Wagon Train, okay. His fourth bill in the Western Theater, Glory Day, Guys, 1955. He turned down the starring role of the TV series around the time to say, I'll be the actor, not a millionaire. I have to agree with that. I accept bits and pieces of the millionaire part. But anyway, in 1965, Khan landed his first starring role in Howard Hawks' Always in drama, Landline, 7,000, excuse me, look anyway. Okay. It was not a financial success. However, Hawks, like Khan, and cast in the next film, El Dorado, played Alan Martin Trade, aka Mississippi. Okay, misspoke anyway. In support of John Wayne and Robert Mitchum, okay? He have had the star role of Robert Altman, second feature film, The Countman in 1997, okay? It was second build in the Curtis Arlington thriller games in the same year, okay? Congressman of Britain's the star in the war film Celebrating X1 1968. Then played the lead Western, okay? During the Shiloh 1968, okay? He returned to television with a guest role in the FBI. They had an uncredited spot on the spy sitcom Get Smart, and that's in favor of the guest star Don Adams, which I talked about back then. Anyway, played Rupert of Love Skiller, okay? In the episode called The Side with Love, okay? He won praise in his role as brain damaged football player, The Rain People, in 1909. Excuse me, anyway. Directed by Francis Ford Colby, okay? He starred with Stephanie Powers in the western called Gone with the West film in 1969 that was not released until 1975. Okay, none of these films, a part of Alberto, were very successful in the box office. included Rabbit Run in 1970, based on a John Updike novel, in which Carl had the lead. He said it was a film I really wanted to do, really wanted to be involved with. No one wanted to put me in the movie, he recalled. They all said his pictures make money. In the 70s, okay, Khan returned to the small screen with the TV movie Brian's Song in 1971, okay. Played dying football player Brian Pizzaccio, okay, opposite Billy D. Williams, okay. Khan did not want to be returned to television and turned down the role several times, okay. But changed his mind, and after reading the script, the film went to huge critical success, and Khan's performance earned him an Emmy nomination, okay. He got a deal with the film and agreed to be part of T.R. Baskin, okay. The following year, Kolbiev cast him as a short-tempered, sorry, Coleman, I didn't have announced his last name, sorry, in Godfather. Richard Ken wanted to cast as Michael Corraines, Sonny's youngest brother. Kolbiev and Ken demanded that this role was to be played by Al Pacino, okay? So Ken could play Sonny instead, okay? Makes sense anyway. Robert De Niro also demanded to play Sonny, although another actor, Caridi, was already signed to play Sonny. The studio eventually, instead of having Khan, okay, he remained in the production, okay. During production of The Godfather in 1971, Khan was known to hang out with Carmine Pacino, okay, also known as the Snake, okay. As enormous Montevideo and later head of the Colombian crime family, okay. Government against Gregory mistook Khan, okay, who was Gregory unknown at the time, okay, and also aspiring mobster, okay. Khan was nominated for the Academy Award Best Supporting Actor as a performance in the film, okay. One of his co-stars, Robert DeFeo and Pacino, okay. Khan was closely the years that followed. They called me a wise guy. I wanted Italian of the year twice in New York City. I'm Jewish, not Italian. I have to agree with him. Do something. Anyway, I'm denied for country club once. Oh yeah, it's the guy that's standing in front of the bar. And he says, no, he's a wise guy, but downtown, he's a made guy, okay? I thought, what? Are you out of your mind? Khan was now established in the leading movie star. He was in the road movie Chauffeur in 1973, based on a script by W.D. Witcher, okay? And the romantic comedy with Marshall Mason. Cinderella Liberty in the same year, directed by Mark Rydell, okay? He received good reviews for playing the title role of the Gabber in 1974, based on a script by James Toback, okay? Originally written for Robert De Niro again, and directed by Carol Rises, okay? More popular at the box office was the action comedy Free Born to Be in 1974 with Alan Arkin, okay? He also inspired his role with Sonny Brown for the flashback scene in The Godfather Part 2 in 1974, okay? He had a hit with Funny Lady 75, playing Billy Rose, okay? Opposite Boris Bernstein's funny Fanny Bryce, okay? Khan starred in 2 action films, okay? Excuse me. Norman Josens's Rollerball in 1975, same year that is, as a star athlete in the deadly extreme sport, and Sam Peckin's pass, the killer athlete in 1975, the same year again. Anyway, Both were popular, but so Khan hated Ali. Why? Anyway, that's what how it pronounced it. Anyway, he made a cameo in Mel Brooks' silent movie in 1976. He tried comedy with Raphael's Harry Walter Goes to New York in 1976. Khan was so unhappy that later he sacked his management. He said he did not want to make Ali and Harry, but people that kept telling me I had to be in a commercial. Khan was one of many stars in war film, A Bridge Too Far in 1977. He had to change the pace when he went to France to make Another Man, Another Chance in 1977 for director Claude Lelouch. Alongside Jean DeVille Bajal, have pronounced his first and last names. Anyway, which Khan did for Peanuts. Ugh. Yuck. Anyway, and loved the experience. Back in the United States, Khan made a modern day Western. It comes The Horseman, okay, 1978, with James Bond for director Alan J. Pogdo, okay. He was united with Marsha Masson in the film adaptation of Neil Simon's autobiographical Chapter 2, 1979. Khan later said he's only did the film for the money as he was trying to raise money for his director debut. But it was a success at the box office. In the same year, 1978, Khan directed Hide in Plain Sight, a film about a father searching for his children, where he was lost in a witness protection program, okay? Despite critical praise, the film was only moderately successful with the public, okay? During Khan's peak, okay? Years, okay, makes more sense. Anyway, stardom. He rejected a series of star roles that proved to be successful other actors in films including MASH, okay? French Connection, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Closer Up Affairs of the Third Kind. Kramer vs. Kramer is such a middle-class person's baloney. Abolished now because Coppola mentioned that about 16 weeks in the Philippine jungles, Brave Runner, Love Story, and Superman. I didn't want to wear a cape. In 1977, Khan rated several of his movies out of 10. Godfather 10, People of the Bane 4, Cinderella, excuse me, I misspoke anyway, sorry. I meant to say Godfather, but it's not. It's Cinderella Liberty. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, Cinderella Liberty 8, The Camera 8, Funny Lady 9, World Ball 8, Secure Essay 5, for Harry Walter and to go to New York 0. Wow, okay. Chauffeur 4, Bridge Too Far 7, and Another Man, Another Chase 10. He also liked his performance of Raising People and Thief. Wow. In the 80s, Canada Road and Clause Reproach. I can't pronounce that, sorry. Los Angeles, and it was Archwells in 1981. Anyway, which was popular in France. Wow. Won the Federal Prime Prize at the 1984 Cannes Film Festival. In Hollywood, Khan appeared in the Noir film Thief, and that's the same year. Directed by Michael Mann, in which he played a professional safe cracker, okay? Makes sense anyway. Although the film was not as successful at the time, Khan's performance was widely ranked, and the movie was eventually something that the cult following. Khan's always praised Mann's script and direction, often said that next to Godfather, Theft Was a Man movie was polished. Wow. From 82 to 87, Khan survived the depression over the sister's death from leukemia and growing problem with cocaine, and what he described as Hollywood's burnout, and did not act in any films. In 1992 interview, Khan said it was at the time when a lot of Mandarin was produced, because I think that directors got pointed when they made themselves too important. That they didn't want anything about anything or anybody to distract from the directorial prowess, okay? There were actors who were good and capable of. Okay. But they were distraught for the special effects, okay? It was a period of time where I said, I'm not going to work again. He walked off the set for Harper Aircraft Convent and was replaced by Michael Caine. Wow. Who played Scrooge in 1992 movie Muppet Christmas Carol. Anyway, Caine devoted much of his time during these years to coaching children's sports, okay? In 1985, he was in a car crash. Caine considered retirement for good, but instead of being set for life, as he believed, he found one day that I'm not going to say the A word, sorry, broke. I don't want to work. But then when the dogs got hungry, I saw their ribs, I decided to make now is a good idea. The cat returned to acting in 1987. Wachovia cast him as an Army platoon sergeant for the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, in Guards of Stone, a movie that dealt with the events affected the Vietnam War. The United States own front, okay? It was only received a core and pro hiatus salary. Wow. The video indicate there's tens of thousands. More than the completion mod comedy because of Holdcraft, okay? I don't know what it is, but boy, when you're down, they'll stomp on you, he said. The movie was not as popular success, but Alien Nation 1988. When Can Play a Cop was part with Alien, did well. The film received a television spin-off. He was supported at role as Spondy, have announced it, on much makeup in Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy, okay? In the 90s, Ken was planning to make an action film in Italy, anyway. But then he heard Rob Reiner was looking for a lead man in the adoption of Stephen King's Mystery in 1990. But since the script was from Mystery, called for the male lead, Paul Sheldon, okay, was to spend most of his time lying in bed, tormented by his nerves. The role that was turned down by many Hollywood leads actors before Ken is accepted. Wow. Ken had a small role in The Dark Backward in 1991. It's co-starred with Babe Miller in Expensive The Boys in the same year. Directed by Ryo, who was called Ken one of the 4 to 5 best actors in America. He was a gangster in the comedy Honeymoon in Vegas in 1992. Played Coach Winters in The Program in 1993. He had supporting roles in Fresh and Bold in the same year, and The Boy Called Hate in 1995, the same year I was born in. Later starring his son Scott. In 1996, he appeared in North Star, a Western Ball Rocket, director debut of Wes Anderson. Wow. Eraser, okay, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyway. And Bulletproof, with Adam Sandler, Dominic Wayans. Okay, in 1998, Ken portrayed Philip Morrows in the HBO film Pearl Springs, okay? And no, I did not say the N-word, I just said Arnold Schwarzenegger, and you just think, to put the cookie down, now, in the same movie, anyway, in 1996, anyway. And it was a razor, by the way, but no, I'm talking about the other movie, Jingle All the Way. But anyway, he's also in the film This Is My Father in 1998. Anyway, Ken is also a gangster for the film comedy in Mickey Blue's Eyes in 1999 with Hugh Grant. In the 2000s, okay? Ken was also in the Yards in 2000 with Mark Wahlberg, okay? Director James Gray. Lucky Town in the same year with Kirsten Dunst. And The Way of a Gun in 2000 for Christopher McGrory, okay? Ken starred in TV movies such as One the Red Rock in 2001 and The Glimpse of Hell in the same year. and was into some of the thrillers such as Phil Lost Nowhere in the same year, In the Shadows the same year, and Night and the Glowing Eagle in 2002. He was in Laughing of Heaven with Lucas Haas in 2002. City of Ghosts in the same year with Matt Dillon. Blood Climb in the same year. The Incredible Mrs. Richie, something like that, in 2003. Curio Mesh in 2003. Same down, anyway. Most of the films were not widely seen, but Doveville in 2003 and Elf, which I saw in theaters some days after Christmas in 2003, were parts of it good. Anyway, in which Canada's had key supporting roles, but gives big success in the art, outs, and commercials covered respectively. Same year, King provided specific. Anyway, portrayed Jimmy the Khan in the film The Thing Is Ours. Okay, whose associate producer was Sully Francie. Okay, Walter Mobster and underboss of the Columbia Crumb family. Okay, the same year, Canada played Will Ferrell's estranged book publisher father-in-law, a very successful family Christmas comedy, Elf, which again I saw this in theaters days after Christmas. I was at Atlanta at the time, and this audition for him won for the role of the Maestro Hotel Casino president, Big Ed DeLay, Las Vegas. Okay. In February 27, 2007, which days after I saw Ellison Such Club Day, was born. Anyway, Ken announced that he would not return to the shows in the 5th season with the return to film work. He was replaced by Tom Selleck. He had film in the role in the TV movie Wiseco in 2008, playing the President of the United States in the 2008 film Get Smart. Okay. He had a part in the movie Cloudy the Chance of Meatballs in 2009. He was on the May Stars New York I Love You in 2008, excuse me. He was a important middleman in 2009. He did Mercy in 2009. Okay. Starred by his son, Scott. In the 2010s. In 2010, Canada appeared Henry's Crime in the same year. Dispatch in 2011. Small Pirates in 2012. That's My Boy in 2012 with Adam Sandler. For the Love of Money in the same year and Blood Ties in 2013. In 2012, Ken was a guest star in one of the reimagined Hawaii Five-0 TV series, playing opposite his son Scott Ken, who played Daniel Williams. As in 2010, Ken was the chairman of the internet company Open Film, intended to help up-and-coming filmmakers. And yes, the same year, I had to see the Annoying Orange have him voice Jalapeno, that same year. And I was a huge fan of that, and I'm like, wow, it was exciting. Anyway, in 2013, Ken portrayed Chicago mob kingman by Shia Berman, the Stars TV drama Magic City. He tried another regular series, a sitcom, Back in the Game 2013 with Maggie Lawson. Ken returned to film work and a fireman in the same year, and The Outside in 2014. In 2014, Ken appeared in the dramatic comedy Peggle Land, okay? Playing a father who is disappointed by his daughter's lack of emotion, okay? Anyway. Who become overjoyed to see she falsely announced that she was pregnant. Wow. The film premiered in the special presentation session in 2014 Toronto International Film Festival. The film out of the United States premiered on January 28, 2015. The Santa Barbara International Film Festival. The crowd premiered The Throwaways on January 30th, January 30th, 2015. Ken plays LT, something like that, call Christopher Holland, okay, who leads a team in fighting cyber targets. Ken's later films include The Wrong Boyfriend in 2015, Sororio Bypilot the same year, JL Ranch in 2016, Good Enough same year. He had the lead in The Good Neighbor same year, Ran Member Leave in the same year, and Undercover Grandpa in 2017. In 2019, he starred in Carol Molly's crime drama Out of Blue. Now, as I said earlier, he was in the Northern Orange show as Jalapeno web series 2010, and he did that following same year he portrayed himself on Family Guy in the episode called Something 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 Dark Side. Now, for that matter, he's also in The Symptoms as himself in 2004. In an episode called All Fairs on Open War. Okay, it makes more sense anyway. And as I said earlier, and I don't want to mention any names, but cause between Charles and Gordon, what happens in Vegas dies in Boston in 2004. But anyway, on to personal life. Ken married 4 times. In 1961, he married D. J. Mathis. They divorced in 1966. They have a daughter named Tara in 1964. Okay? Hang on. Oh, anyway. Ken's second marriage is for Stella Mary Bryan, a former girlfriend of Elvis Presley. Anyway, in 1976, it was short-lived. They divorced the following year. Their son, Scott Can, also an actor, was born on August 23rd in the same year. Scott Can's godfather was Collier Khan family boss, and Andrew Russell, okay? James Caan and Andrew Russell were friends since the early 70s. Can was married to Ingrid Abjack from 1990 to 1994. They have a son, Alexander James Caan, in 1991. The 1994 interview with Jerry Fair, Hollywood man, how he was, claimed to be a relationship with Caan during his marriage hijack in 1992. Visited him at the set of The Flesh and Bones in Texas. Can's relationship with Flesh was platonic. He married his last wife, Linda Stokes, in 1995. They have 2 sons, James Allison Caan in 1995 and Jacob Nicholas Caan in 1998. Okay? He filed divorce in 2017, citing unconscious differences. His arrest came in 1994, when Caan was arrested and released after being accused by Los Angeles rap bars with pulling the gun on him. Wow. I don't know what happened, but this is ridiculous. Anyway, Caan was a polishing martial artist. He trained I can't pronounce his name, sorry, for nearly 30 years, earning various ranks. He's a Master 6 Dan, okay? Of Gokuzu-Ro, I haven't announced his name, sorry. Karate. What I tell us, Soki Da, okay, I haven't announced his name, sorry. By the International Karate Association. He was also took part in steel roping and rodeo, and referred himself as the only Jewish cowboy from New York on the professional rodeo cowboy credit. Politics. Ken's boy, during the 2016 United States presidential election. He died last month. He was at the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center in Los Angeles with a heart attack caused by coronary artery disease and the controversial part disease. He was 82 years old. He was now buried at the Egan Memorial Park Cemetery. Tributes to Cowboy paid tribute to Ron Redder, Kathy Bates, whose birthday is same as mine, Francis Ford Coppola, Barbara Streisand, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Talia Shore, Robert DeVille, and welfare, among others. My next depth topic has to do with Dwight Smith. He was a baseball player. Anyway, born John Dwight Smith Sr. Anyway, he was an American outfielder in Major League Baseball who played 4 teams in 1989 to 1996. Who played with the Chicago Cubs. Anyway, as a rookie with the Cubs, he balled .324 with the 2 runs, battle, and RBI as the team captured division title. Okay, as he was running up behind his teammates Jerome Raston. Okay, and anyway, involved in the National League LNL net for short Rookie of the Year award. He was aggressively used as a pinch hitter and hit 5 seasons with the team. As the season split between the 2 American League AL clubs for short. Anyway, he played 2 first seasons at the Braves, helped him win the 1995 World Series title. His son Dwight Smith Jr. also became a National League outfielder. He was born in Tallahassee, Florida on November 8th, 1963. Anyway, he was the youngest of 4 children. His father died when he was 7 years old. Smith attended Wade Hobson High School in Vaughnville, South Carolina, and played the school's baseball and football teams. Okay, and enrolled at Sparta Medical College in 1983 and played college baseball for Smartsburg. Smith completed in the Junior College World Series. Okay, professional career in 1984 to 1983, Chicago Cubs. The Chicago Cubs selected Smith in the 3rd round in the 1984 MLB draft. Okay, making him professional debut with the Pikeville Cubs and the rookie level average league, strung to a .236 batting average, but his 39 stolen bases, okay, were the most in the league. Okay, he spelled .289 with 30 stolen bases. Okay, to the Granville Cubs, the Class A short season New York Penn League. Okay, 1985. Okay, and .310. Okay, with 53 stolen bases. Okay, purported Chiefs. Okay, of the Class A Midwest League in 1986. Smith played in the Pittsburgh clubs, the Class AA Eastern League in 1987, battling .337 with 18 home runs. Okay, leading the league with 60 stolen bases and 111 runs scored. He promoted the Outlet Cubs Class AAA American Association in 1988. For he paid .208.93 for Hawaii. And returned there for the start of the 1989 season because the Cubs felt that he needed more improve the defense. At the value point, 325 in the 21 games for Hawaii, the Cubs promoted Smith to major leagues due to his injuries in the major league team. He made his debut with the Cubs on May 1st, okay? And batted .324 as a rookie, okay? With 9 home runs and 52 runs batted in, okay? Smith finished up second in batting for NL Rookie of the Year award, okay? Battled behind teammate Jerome Walton, okay? I misspoke any names for him, sorry. Who collected 24 of 22-24 first place votes, okay? Smith received the other 2. Smith battled for 15.2200 for the Cubs in the NL Championship Series, NLCS for short, which have lost for the San Francisco Giants, okay? Smith struggled in the 1990 season and lost starting his job, okay? About 2.262 for his 1990 season. The Cubs started George Bell, okay, to play his outfield, okay. Smith was out again as a bench player, the Cubs in the 1991 season, okay. He bowed .228, 228, excuse me, okay, but in the 167 at base in 1991, okay. Smith began the 1992 season at platoon with Sammy Sosa, okay, playing the left-hand field, okay, but it was more in the minor leagues from late April to late May. After starting the season with Valley, .217, excuse me, .217. Anyway, Smith finished the season with .276 average, okay, 3 home runs and 24 RBIs, signed a 1-year contract worth $630,000 for the 1993 season, okay. In the same year, 93, Smith had a 3.300 batting against average with a career best 11 home runs. Under pressure to reduce their salary obligations, the Cubs did not offer Smith salary obligations in the 1993 season, making him a free agent, okay? His later career began in 94-98, okay? California, Angels, okay? Signed Smith for a 1-year contract in the 1994 season. Reported $700,000, okay? He began his 1994 season in the platoon with Bo Jackson, okay? But became a bench player on June 1st, okay? When the Angels began to play Jim Emmons, okay, on a daily basis, okay? Smith requested a trade, but the Angels traded Smith to the Baltimore Orioles, okay, for the player he'd be named later on June 15th, okay? June 15th, excuse me. With California and Baltimore, Smith batted 2.281 with 8 home runs and 30 RBIs in 33 games, okay? Smith signed a 1-year contract worth $250,000, okay, with the Atlanta Braves, okay, for the 95 season, okay? Agreed to be a bench player, okay? He batted .252 with 3 home runs and 21 RBIs in 103 games during the 95 season, okay? In the postseason, Smith appeared to pitch hitter, batting 2 for 3 in the division series against the Colorado Rockies, okay? And 0 for 2 in the NL Championship Series, okay? Against the Cincinnati Reds, okay? In the 95 World Series. Smith batted 1 for 2 for the walk. And the Braves defeated the Cleveland Indians in 6 games. Smith resigned for the Braves 96 season, agreeing to a 1-year contract with a $350,000 salary. And he batted .203 for the Braves during the 96 season. It was not included the postseason roster, okay? In 97, no major league teams was made a contract offer to Smith, okay? He signed with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, okay? A special team set to debut in 98. And they assigned him to Mexico City Tigers, in the Mexican League for the 97 season. The injury is concerning nerve, preserved Smith for playing. The Devil Rays released him on May, anyway. In May. And after he recovered, Smith played for the small St. Paul Saints of the Northern League, Independent Baseball League, in 97. The Devil Rays signed Smith before the 98 season, invited him to spring training to give him his unofficial release before the beginning of the season. In '98, Smith played the Rochester Red Wings, a Major League fan of the Orioles. How pronounce it? Personal life. Smith began signing with having 4 years in his church choir. During the baseball off-seasons, he sang in the nightclubs and talent shows. On July 21st, 1989, at Raleigh Field, Smith sang the Star Spangled Banner, oh God, before games against the San Francisco Giants. He also sang the national anthem again, really, on opening day in the 1992 season, okay? During the 93-94 off-season, Smith recorded a demo Rhythm and Blues album titled Are You Down? Smith with his wife, Cheryl, have one son and two daughters. His son, Dwight Smith Jr., also played in the major leagues. Smith was arrested for driving under his bullets in cannabis possession in Atlanta, Georgia on November 22, 2003. He was arrested again for caution possession and driving with a suspended license in Peachtree City, Georgia on September 6, 2006. He died on July 22nd, 2022 of depression, heart, and lung failure. He was 58 years old. My next topic has to do with terrain Gregory, I pronounce his name. Born Herbert Middleton Jr. was an American television and stage actor, okay? Best known for this role as Detective Neil Washington in the series Hill Street Blues, okay? He chose the name Torres because his initial son was Torres, okay? He was one national spokesman of adopted services, but Queen was a Christian, and his faith influenced his decided to be involved with adoption. He was born Herbert Middleton Jr. on May 10th, 1940 in New York, New Jersey, okay? Before appearing on television, Gregory trained and performed in New Frontier Theater in New York City, a theater founded to provide opportunities to minorities and women. Early in his acting career, he began making guest appearances in out-of-town sitcoms such as What's Happening, Sanford and Son, The Bob New York Show, The Totally Wild Show, Good Times, and Taxi. He auditioned for permanent roles and others, including Venus Flytrap on WKRP in Cincinnati, eventually played by Tim Reed, who later portrayed Raids as his sister. Anyway, in '81, he joined the cast in police drama Hill Street Blues, staying with the show throughout its run, which ended in 1987. While appearing in the show, he nominated in 1982 for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Actor in Drama Series, for loss to Hill Street actor Michael Conrad in the year, which all nominees in the category came from the same series. His professional career continued during his run on the show, winning him an NAACP Image Award for Best Actor Local in 1985. For his role as Eamon Corner, okay? In '86, his stage roles included the male lead in the musical Don't Get God, starring in his initial 6-week summer run in Beverly Hills. After Hill Street ended, he moved to Atlanta, Georgia, to provide a better home for his children. In Atlanta, he focused on spiritual work while making eventual guest appearances on television, such as, his stage performance including Sleeping Into Tomorrow with Young King in '97, and an '88 revival of Sarah Maltese in Dark Hole Man. And television work included a pilot of Doings for CBS, in which Balky once again played a police officer. Okay. The show was not picked up by a network. He also played a small voice role for Disney's animated film Oliver Company as the voice of Roscoe. In 1989, he portrayed Henry Marshall on the NBC's show called Generations. His film work was period into a re-roll in 1989 science fiction film Deep Star 6. His adopted parent, his memory was asked to serve as a spokesman for the country of Los Angeles Adoption Services Office, although he had no adoption children at the time. Although looking for this possibility of adoption, he claimed as he was told that he was eligible to adopt as a married man. He pressed on, however, he eventually adopted 10 children. Wow. Okay. In addition to 2 sons from a marriage which ended in divorce in 1966. He apparently never remarried. In 1989, he was asked by President George H.W. Bush to serve as a national spokesman for adoption. His death in Atlanta, Georgia, following his brief illness, first announced on Facebook. On July 21st, 2022, he was 82 years old. He was survived by his 12 children, 18 grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren. My next topic has to do with a basketball player named Johnny Egan, okay? He was an American professional basketball born John Francis Egan, okay? He was an American professional basketball player and coach. He played for the Detroit Pistons, okay? New York Knicks. Can I make something? Los Angeles Lakers, okay? Cleveland Cavaliers and San Diego Houston Rockets of the National Basketball Association from 1961 to 1932. He coached the Rockets from 1933 to 1936. He was born January 31st in 1939 here in Hartford, Connecticut. Playing for the basketball team at Weaver High School, which won the New England High School Basketball Championship from 1956-57. He was named the Parade All-American Boys Basketball Team, okay? He was known as Spice, a nickname which earned his ability to stay in the air during drives from the basketball basket or the length of the long distance shots, okay? Egan attended Providence College. We played college basketball for Providence Friars, okay? Won 1981 National Admission Tournament, okay? The Detroit Pistons of the National Basketball Association, NBA for short, okay? Selected Egan in the second round of the 1991 NBA draft, okay? New York Knicks acquired Egan the questions on a free team trade on December 16th, 1993. The Knicks trade Egan, Johnny Green, and Jim Bad News Barnes, the Bombers Bullets, Walt Bobby on November 2nd, 1965. The Marlboro Bucks, okay, selected Egan for the Bullets on the 1968 NBA expansion draft. Before the 68-69 NBA season, the Bucks traded Egan to the Los Angeles Lakers for the future draft pick, okay? He became a key rotation player for the Lakers, who reached the 1999 NBA Finals. Well, okay. But were beat by the Boston Celtics in Game 7. Wow. He was not effective in the following season, as the Lakers again reached the finals, but were beaten by the Knicks in game number 7. The Cleveland Cavaliers selected Egan again, but this time in the 1970 NBA expansion draft. He was acquired by the San Diego Rockets from the Cavaliers for the third round pick. In 1971 NBA draft, 31st overall, Jackie Ritchie, okay, in cash in December 8th, 1970. Egan became one of the original Houston Rockets when the team left San Diego in 1971. He played career ended after the 1971-1972 season. He averaged 7.8 points per game and 3.0 assists per game in his NBA career. He was the shortest player in the NBA for most of his 11-year career. His coaching career began in 72 of January. Rockets coach Tex Weaver named Egan as assistant coach. And he continued as a player coach for the remainder of the season. He retired as a player at that season, promoted to become head coach, succeeding winner in the January 21st, 1973. Anyway, next. At one point, he was the youngest and shortest coach in NBA. During his 3.5 years as head coach, the Rockets were 129-152, with one playoff appearance in 1975, when they defeated the New York Knicks, in the first round. They earned a franchise first playoff series win. He was fired, replaced by Tom Nizowski in April 20th, 1976, after the team failed to testify in the postseason with a 40-42 record. Egan married Joan Guamsi, his high school sweetheart. They have 2 children and 4 grandchildren. Joe died in 1998 from ovarian cancer. After his basketball career, Egan remained in Houston, where he founded and operated a social business. He continued to live in Houston later life. After suffering a head injury in May 2022, he died on July 21st, 2022. He was 83 years old. My next topic has to do with Alec Grant, he was a British comic books writer, best known for writing Judge Dredd in 2000 AD, as well as various Batman titles from late 1980s to the early 2000s, He was a co-creator of characters such as Askery, Victor, I can't pronounce his last name, sorry, and the Ventriloquist, He was born on February 9th, 1949 in Bristol, England. His career began when he was first entered industry in 1997, when he began as editor for DC Thompson, before moving into London in 1970, for work at IPC, various romance magazines. After going back to college and having some series of jobs, Grant found himself back in Dundee, living on Social Security, He then met John Wagner, another former DC Thompson editor, who was helping put together this new science fiction comic for IPC, 2000 AD, and was unable to create his other work. Wagner asked Grant if he could help him write the Tarzan comic he was working on, and so we began the Wagner and Grant writing partnership. Wow. 2000 AD began when he was asked Grant to write a strip for Star Wars, a 2000 AD spinoff, which eventually got Grant condolences with IPC. On a trip to London, Grant was introduced to Kelvin Gosnell, and then editor of the 2000 AD, which offered Grant initial publication of the comics, One of Grant's first jobs was overseas the merger of 2000 AD, Tornado. Wow. And a successful boys adventure comics. Grant featured as a character in the comic in the form of ALN1, Targ's Scottish robot assistant, Grant found himself in a comic with IPC, redesigned to become a freelance flyer. One with the also issue of Future Shock and Bar Talk, Grant then formed his partnership with Wagner after the pair lived and worked together. Wow. The pair eventually co-wrote Judge Dredd, okay? Then work the other partner strips for the comic, okay? Including Robert Hunter, starring Dog, using the partnership TV Grover. Wow. Grant, okay? Was working on other people's stories, changing the endings, dialogues. Most notably Henry 20, okay? On the High Rock. Written by Jerry Finley Day, okay? Judge Dredd was Grant's main concern of the 1980s. Grant Wanger had developed the strip into the most popular in the 2000 AD, as well as create lengthy epic storylines such as the Obsolete War, okay? Makes sense in any way. Anyway, Grant wrote for the other IPC covers such as the front page, Eagle, okay? American Working 80s, okay? By the late 80s, okay? Grant Wagner were about to move in the American comic market, okay? The first title was a 12-issue Outcast Limited series, okay? October 1987 to September 28, 1988 for DC Comics, okay? Although it's not a success, they had paved the way to pair to write Batman stories in Detective Comics from issue 583 from February 1988, okay? Larger with Norm Brayfoggy, okay? Well, we'll have it down. Anyway, on art duties across the various Batman titles, okay? Grant Wagner introduced the ventriloquist for the in their first Batman story, okay? And the Rat Catcher in their third. Wow, okay. After a dozen issues, Wagner left Grant as a sole writer. Wow, okay. Makes sense anyway. Anyway, Grant was one of the main Batman writers until the late 90s. Okay? Stated that Wagner left after 5 issues, okay? Because the title did not sell well enough to give royalties, okay? And then that Wagner's name was kept under the credits the remaining 7 issues because Grant was afraid DC Comics would fire him. The pair created a sorry about that, everyone. Anyway, the pair created a sorry, I don't know. So, anyway, the pair created a 4-issue series of Frederick Comics called The Last American, okay? The series, as well as a Chopper storyline, Judge Dredd, okay, was blamed at the breakup of the Wagner-Grant partnership. The pair split strips, okay, with Wagner keeping Judge Dredd, Grant keeping Stronger Dog and Judge Anderson, okay? Grant and Wagner continued to work together on special projects in the Batman Judge Dredd crossover Judgment on Gotham, okay? During the late 80s, okay, Grant experienced a potential transformation and declared himself as Architects, okay? The creation of supervillain Anarchy, I pronounce it, was initially intended as a vehicle for exploring his political opinions, this book anyway, throughout this comic medium. In the following years, he continued to iterate the character in a similar fashion, and his philosophy involved into social alteration, okay? In the 90s, Grant projects at the start of the decade, including writing Defensive Comics, starring Dog, and Bogeyman, okay? Series co-written by Wagner, which was Pair's first venture into independent publishing, and Lobo, a character created by Keith Giffen, misspoke anyway, as a supporting character in Ogre Man, okay? Mega Man, okay, misspoke anyway. Lobo gained his own 4-issue miniseries in 1990, which was drawn by Simon Bisley, okay? This is a parody of the dark, gritty comics in this time and proved hugely popular, okay? After several other miniseries, all written by Grant, sometimes it was but with Giffen as co-writer, okay? Lobo received his own ongoing series. In addition to Grant was writing Legion, okay? A Legend of Superhero spin-off. And The Demon, a revival of Jack Kirby's character for DC Comics, okay? Grant wrote the first issue of the new Batman title, Batman Shadow of the Brat, okay? Which saw him create three new main characters, okay? Germanized outcome, the Mr. Z-A-S-Z, I pronounced it, sorry. And I can't pronounce it, sorry. The story arc Batman the Last Arkham, having announced it, sorry, was very accomplished by his role as one of the main writers during the Nightfall crossover in 1994. Grant co-wrote the Batman Spawn, Daredevil in a comedy crossover, okay, with Doug Mike and Chuck Dixon, okay. Other Batman storylines with Grant continues to include Charlian's Legacy and again I can pronounce his first one, and Collinson. Again, cannot pronounce these names, sorry. Grant was part of the creative team in the first short-lived weekly title Toss It, okay? Was a consultant in the Judge Dredd's magazine. Due to the sheer volume of this work he was doing, Grant was left the new generation of writers to try to get their hands in the strips, okay? Like Judge Dredd and Robert Hunter, okay? This often proved to be unsuccessful. However, Grant found himself again writing as for 2000 AD. Wow. In the mid-90s, Grant underwent a second financial transformation, okay? To create himself a following neo-tech, okay? Philosophy created by Frank R. Wallace, okay? When he was given the possibility to create an Gregory miniseries, okay? He resigned the character accordingly, okay? Following the success of these series, he was hired to create an ongoing monthly series of the character, okay? Initially hindsight, he was facilitated to do so by series illustrator, Gregory co-creator, professional friend, Norm Brayfogey, okay? Named after the protagonist, Gregory was murdered by what Grant felt was consent. Illustrator's innocence, okay? Commercial and commercial failure, okay? And was cancelled after 8 issues. Wow. Although he disliked the 1999 series, he conveys the original Gregory miniseries to mark his career highlights. Wow. By the end of his decade, Grant has written in virtually every American publisher of the comic books, including DC, Marvel, and Dark Horse, okay? In the 2000s, wow, Grant became involved with writing scripts for animation as well as his own comic book, okay? Most normally working on Action Man cartoons as well as the original anime. He remained the main writer for Judge Ellison and Robert Hunter, okay? And teamed up with Wagner for a new Pokemon, okay? Story for the Judge Dredd magazine, okay? Magazine, how to pronounce it, sorry. He formed his own publishing company, Bad Press Limited, okay? Which later released the humor and the title Chef and the Dog, okay? Okay, it cannot cuss in the stream. This is a live episode, sorry. Written by Grant and drawn by Simon Bisley, okay? Grant was one of the few professional comics written by writers to contribute to fanalizes such as Future Quake. He provided scripts and now defined Scottish underground comic Northern Lights, okay? With a Z, not S. Anyway, along with future wife, his wife Sue, He organized his annual monetized comics festival, okay? He wrote 2 comic-based novels. The Stone King in 2001, featuring Batman, the Justice League in America, and Last Son 2006, featuring Superman, Martin Manhunter, and Lobo in the same year. AR, 2006, Superman's book. Anyway. For 98, okay? He wrote scripts for Renee Mia. Larry wrote for screenplay for Dominus X, okay? He wrote Kidnap, an adapted novel, the same name, okay? By Robert Louis Stevenson, okay? With art such by Camp Kennedy, okay? Published by Gregory Books, okay? It was part of a project revolving around Lynchburg, okay? Being the first industrial facility of literature, okay? In 2007, various editions will be produced by some which will be handed out for free, okay? A version of the text that the next 3 years, okay? Will be published simply by Barrett and Stoke, okay? In the Scots language, translations by Matthew Fitt, okay? So called Kidnapped It, okay? Was published by Ichiku, okay? If things go well, more than adaptations may be in the works, okay? Although a sequel project based on the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was commissioned due to relatively high-profile Warren's conception of kidnap adaptation, okay? It's being promoted as part of the One Book, One Exhaustion 2008 campaign, okay? In November 2008, Grant's Bad Press released the comics and mystery, Wasted, a mixture of drug themed humor and also cartoon action series stories, okay? Mostly not all, written by Grant. Wasted featuring art by many comic artists from the UK underground and mainstream art scene, okay? These include well-known industry features like Frank Querty, Jamie Grant, John Hayward, and Mark Stafford, okay? The comic showcase and made underground artists such as Zenner, Colin Barr, Formless Mike Gurr, Howard Gurr, and Kurt Sibling, okay? Wasted was seen with the previous Norman Guy Lights comics, okay? But gained mixed reviews upon release. He's then set up his own comics publishing company called Booksellers Comics, okay? The first title was The Dead Kingdom Files, okay? The other one was Church of Hell, okay? Published in 2009. Both of what happened with Simon Bisley of Art Duties. Grant was a part of the Regulates Art Entertainment, which, with Berkshire Comics was co-publishing Channel Evil, okay? A 4-issue miniseries with art by Sam Oakley, okay? In the 2010s, in 2013, Grant teamed up with Robin Smith to create Scott vs. Zombies, okay? Commissioned by Ian Berg's Art League with support from Creative Scotland in 2012. He completed the award-winning Canadian children's graphic novel, Luxury in the War Made 1812. Now, its second edition. In 2016, Grant and John Wagner created a new comic, BHP Comics, drawn by Dan Cornell, Walking the Reds, okay? Tells the story of the dangerous immigrant outlaw, Walking of Arcadi, who, while on the run, hides on Earth, taking over the bodies of wild trouble football star Carl Dixon. 2 years ago, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Grant led a local community project in the village of Moss Ledges to produce a comic about the virus, the residents' community spirit. Albert Grant was born in Bistro, which I mentioned before, but moved with his family in Norwich Grant's Mountain the age of 1. He attended Monster Range Primary School at Dalgai High School when he was partially expelled and reassigned. After leaving school, he worked briefly in the bank. Grant married to Susan Grant, whom he had a daughter, Sarah. Grant moved to live in Montlake, Dumfriesshire, I pronounce it. He died on July 20th, 2022. He was 33 years old. Here's his awards before I get to move on to my next step topic. He received an 8-Part Award in 1992. Now I'll move on to my next step topic, which is about Jim Lynch. He was born James Robert Lynch. He was an American football linebacker, okay? Lynch played college football at the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, okay? Where he was named All-American and won the Maxwell Award in 1966, okay? Lynch was a member of the College Football Hall of Fame. Wow. Lynch went on to play the Kansas City Chiefs of the American Football League, AFL for short, and National Football League, NFL for short, for 11 seasons. He was the AFL All-Star in 1968. Was a member of the Super Bowl number 9 championship team. Wow. He was born in Lynn, Ohio on August 28th, 1945. He was graduated from Lima Central Catholic High School in 1963. Excuse me, baseball. Anyway, Lynch played the football and basketball teams. Anyway, his college career began when he played college football at the University of Notre Dame, leading the Fighting Irish in tackles with 108 in 1965 and 106 in 1966. He was a defensive captain of the national champion 1966 Irish team. He received the Maxwell Award, the nation's best college football player in the same year. He was also in the men's All-American selection year. His special career began when the Kansas City Chiefs selected Lynch in the second round in the 1967 NFL AFL draft. From 1967 to 1977, he played for the Chiefs and the right outside linebacker, okay? Playing alongside middle linebacker Willie Landner, okay? Left outside linebacker Bobby Bell, okay? Both Pro Football Hall of Famers, okay? These linebackers were important elements in the Chiefs' defense in the 1969 championship season. Led the defense in the Chiefs' first Super Bowl victory 3 years later in the first AFL and NFL World Championship Super Bowl number 9. Anyway, 4. Excuse me, anyway. And retired after at the end of the 1977 season. I misspoke numbers wrong. Anyway, Lynch finished his career with 18 sacks, 17 interceptions, and 14 fumble recoveries. He also scored 1 touchdown. Anyway, he was selected and played in the 1968 NFL All-Star Game honors. Anyway, in 1988, Lynch was adopted an initial member of the Limbo Capital Hall of Fame for athletic achievement. In 1990, excuse me. Lynch was adopted in the Chiefs Hall of Fame and was adopted in the College Football Hall of Fame in 1992. And in 2006, Lynch was interviewed for the NFL Network documentary America's Game, the Super Bowl Champions, covering the 1969 Kansas City Chiefs NFL's World Championship season. He and his first wife have 3 children. His older brother, Tom, won the center and captain for the 1963 Navy football team. He died on July 21st, 2022. He was 76 years old. My next step topic has to do with Rebecca Balding. Anyway, She was an American actress, best known for her appearance on Soap and Charm. She was born in Little Rock, Kansas on September 21st, 1948. She attended the University of Kansas. She had the role of Carol David, and the mother of Joy Dallas Child, okay, on Soap. Appearing in 19 episodes from 1988 to 1980, okay. Baldwin played Corky Connell in 1989 in a sitcom called Making It, okay. So it's a ritual female reporter Colin Martin during his first three episodes in the initial 1977 season in the drama series Lou Grant, starring the late Ed Asner, okay, who I talked about this during Recess Jokes episode 76. Anyway, before the character was written out, the different female reporter, okay. That same year, she again appeared with Asner, playing his daughter Julie in the classic Christmas TV film The Gathering. Also in 1977, Baldwin appeared as Amy Franklin in Deadly Game. A movie just starred Eddie Griff and James Cromwell, who later played from Hogan in the movie Babe. Anyway, in 1980, she starred in the pilot in a sitcom called Mr. and Mrs. and Mr. Anyway, she was never podcast in the series. In 1996, she made a guest appearance on 7-Eleven Heaven as Ellen, the mother of Matt's new girlfriend, Tia. In 1998, Baldwin guest starred Aunt Jackie in the season 1 episode, The Fourth Sister, of Charm, okay? She later returned to the show during the 4th season, 2002, on a different role. Baldwin played the recurring character Elsie Rolfin, a newspaper editor-in-chief in the Boston Phoebe Hallway, played by Elsa Marento. She played the role until the show's 8th and final season, 2006. Baldwin was married to television producer James K. L. Calloway, who she met while auditioning the part in 1981 horror movie The Bogans. When Calloway directed the movie in which Baldwin starred, she died on July 18, 2022, after having suffering from ovarian cancer. She was 33 years old. My next step topic has to do with Mickey Rooney Jr. Not Mickey Rooney, but I'm talking about the other Mickey Rooney. You know, it's Mickey Rooney's child. Anyway, he was an American actor. He was the eldest son of an actor named Mickey Rooney. The late Mickey Rooney, that is. And operating the Rooney Entertainment Group, a film and television production company. It was a born-again Christian who was an eminent ministry in Harness, California. He was born in Birmingham, Alabama on July 3rd, 1945 to Mickey Rooney and past Miss Birmingham and singer Betty Jane Reyes. Okay? After appearing as a Mouseketeer at Mickey Mouse Club in 1955 for the first season, along with his brother Tim, the late Tim Rooney, that is, he played his first film role in 1967 in Hot Rods to Hell. He appeared in a television film called Beyond the Bermuda Triangle in 1975, and a film called Honeysuckle Rose in 1980. Okay, he once married to Playboy playmate in the month, Marie Maslow, and then he met Laura Hansel in 1986, and they married on December 30th, 1986. They were married to her death in 2006. He died in his home in Greenville, Arizona on July 16th, 2022. He was 77 years old. My next step topic has to do with Donald Trump, and I have no words to say about this, but she was born in the Sash area, but to be honest with you, I have no idea. Let me get some water and I'll come right back. Excuse me. I'm back, folks. Just gonna finish up, I just got finish up some depth topics and we'll move on to our first commercial break because this is gonna get even more thingy because at the time, yes, I'm gonna go ahead and just complete this depth topics up, but right now I have a bunch of VHS tapes in the house, you know. That's just me. Anyway, let's get back to it, shall we? See what we got for us. Anyway, Ivana Mary, she was, okay. My next step topic has to do with Ivana Trump. Born, Ivana Maria, I can't pronounce the last name. Anyway, was a chef, American businesswoman, media personality, scientist, athletic, fashion designer, author, model, okay? He lived in Canada, okay? She lived in Canada, excuse me. In the 70s, before we relocated to the United States, marrying Donald Trump in 1977. Okay? She held key managerial positions in the Trump organization as vice president of oriental design, as CEO and president of Trump's Castle Casino Resort, and as manager of the Plaza Hotel. Both Anna and Donald Trump were partial figures in New York society throughout the 80s. The couple's divorce finalized in 1992 was the subject of extensive media coverage. Following divorce, she developed her own lines of clothing, fashion jewelry, and beauty products, which is sold at the QVC London's and Home Shopping Network. Okay, she wrote events column in the Globe called As Ominous from 1995 to 2010. And published several books including Works of Fiction, Help, Self-Help, and the autobiography Raising Trump. Anyway, she was born on February 20th, 1949 to Marvin city of Zen. Okay, sorry, I haven't announced it. But known between 1949 and 1990 as, I can't pronounce his last name, sorry. Zach, and I can't pronounce his country name, sorry. Daughter of Melsos, I can't pronounce the last name again, sorry. And Marie, okay, I'm sorry to pronounce these parents' names, sorry. Her father was an electrical engineer, and her mother worked as a telephone operator. He enjoyed her daughter's skiing abilities, a practice she began at age 4, okay? At developing skills as a skier, she joined the junior national ski team, okay? Which offered her abilities to travel beyond the social area, commemorative boundaries, what was then called the Social Republic, okay? She attended Charles University in Prague and earned a master's degree, bachelor education in 1972. In 1970, Emma appeared on Sash Television in a children's television series called Pan Tall, okay? Outcounts differ as to Emma's history in competitive skiing, and it reports that she was selected as the operator in the Sash ski team during the 1972 Winter Olympics. Wow. Specializing in downhill and solo. However, in 1989, per policy, Special Great General of the Sash Olympic Committee denied the claim and said that Despite searching commiserations, no record could be found in terms of involvement. Emerged to Canada in 1931. She married Alfred, I can't pronounce his last name, sorry, an Austrian ski instructor and her part-time friend. Nor do I obtain Austrian citizenship. The marriage granted her the freedom to leave Sash, okay, without defending so she could retain the right to return to visit her parents. Azalea was Winkelmeyer, excuse me, anyway. Again, sorry, I pronounced his last name, sorry. She received her Austrian passport in 1972 of March. The following year, she obtained his Ellison's divorce from Alfred in Los Angeles, California, where he had to move to teach ski. She romantically involved in lyrics and playwright George Scotty, who was killed in a car accident in 1973. After Scotty's death, she moved to Canada, okay? Makes sense in any way. Where she lived with George, okay? I can't pronounce his last name, sorry. Well, she have dated since 1967. Wow. He defended Canada in 1971 and owned a ski boutique in Montreal. She worked as a ski instructor while living in Canada. She lived in Montreal for 2 years while she contributed to improve her English in the night courses at McGill University. While working as a model, she told us in Montreal Gazette in 1975 she served the modeling to be a job rather than a career. Her modeling clients included Edmonton's department stores and the fashion designer Ugly Shant, along with prominent works in the 1936 Summer Olympics in Montreal. His marriage to Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, began when Avenel was living in New York City with a group of models in the 1976 year, when she met Donald Trump. On April 7, 1977, the couple married at the Marble Airdate Church, and the wedding officiated by Norman Vincent Peale, okay? They became cowboy bingers in New York, South Carolina during the 1980s, and worked together with several large projects, including the Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, the installation of Grand High Hotel in New York City, and the construction of the Trump Thai Marshall Casino Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey, excuse me. During the marriage, the couple had 3 children. Donald Jr. and born in 1977. Ivy married in 1981, Eric in 1984. Donald Jr. learned to speak shush, okay? With the help of this material grandfather, okay? Well, I can how pronounce it. Getting only the basic understanding of her mother's native tongue, and Eric was not exposed to the language since. By the time of his birth, his grandparents was converted using English. A viewer of 2018 Netflix documentary miniseries on Donald Trump, named Donald Trump: The American Dream, described Alvina as an official workaholic, okay? Queer woman and equal, okay? As a life partner, the story chosen by Trump, but to work beside him and challenge him. The Trump's troubled marriage became the subject of public interest over the Christmas holiday in 1989. When on vacation at Opportunity, Colorado, they were observed fighting after Rana, a Colorado Donald's mistress, Mary Maples. The Chicago Tribune reported that by February 1990, Donald had to lock Ivana out of the office. Wow. At the Plaza Hotel. And the legal battle observed out of the remedies the four potential agreements the pair had essentially navigated over the years. In October 1990, Avage's 63-year-old father, I can't pronounce it, died suddenly from a heart attack. Okay. According to Garden, her father was a foreman from SESH, okay? Saudi STB, okay. Saudi service was late information of his daughter. According to correct prediction that George H.W. Bush will win the 1988 presidential election. Despite that, their material troubles and planned divorce, Donald showed her at her father's funeral and son held in November 1990. The Trump's divorce proceedings received worldwide publicly. Front page covers appear in New York tabloid newspapers for 11 days in a row. And the story was the subject of Liz Smith's entire news coverage for 3 months. The portions related to the divorce, Elena accused Donald of I can't pronounce it. I don't want to say it. Anyway, the pulling of handfuls of her hair. Wow. In Harry's third book named Wall Street Tycoon, the main lies Donald Trump, she confirmed that she had felt violated. However, the statement provided by Donald and his lawyers, she said that she had used the word, I can't pronounce it, sorry, but I can't say it, sorry, she did not want her words to be interrupted but in the racial crucial sense. Her career divorce was granted in December 1990 on the grounds of crucial and for his treatment by Donald. Wow. She had to sign an nuptial agreement, the conditions of the divorce settlement, and she was required to seek Donald's permission before publicly discussing their marriage. The New York Times reported in 1991 that Atlanta's divorce settlement included $14 million, a 45-room Connecticut mansion, an apartment of Trump Plaza, and used in Mar-a-Lago for the month of a year. Divorce was finalized in 1992. Wow. Her career began in, when in 1990, during their marriage with Donald Trump, she took a major role in the Trump Organization. Okay? Working as a senior executive for 7 years. So it could exclude executive and vice president of interior design. She led the interior design for Donald the Trump designer, okay? Tower, excuse me, forget it. The signature pink marble. Then was appointed CEO. The president of Trump Castle Hotel in Casino Atlantic City. Later became a manager of the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan. Business ventures. Soon after the divorce, Trump developed his lines of clothing, fashion jewelry, beauty products, which have been sold through television shopping channels such as Home Shopping Network and QVC London. In 1995, she presented over the House of Evania, okay, fashion furniture company with a showroom located at Park Avenue, New York. In 1998, she produced business in Korea, a vacation destination her parents crucially visited, okay, which included the purchase of 33% of the nation's second largest daily newspaper called Plus 10, okay. The event branded Ministry Bay, okay, development in Miami, Florida, filed for bankruptcy in 2004. The following year, she was involved in several public accommodation projects, including the never built event in Las Vegas. Wow. In 2010, she sued Finnish fashion company Event Ellison. Wow. Susan Ellson's woman's club that incorporated her name without permission. He's writing. Trump wrote several books, including From Love to Love 92, Free for Love in 2092, We Love 93, excuse me, a self-help book called The Best Is Yet to Come, Coping with Divorce and Enjoying Life Again in 95. And Trump wrote an advanced column about love and love life for Globe, titled Ask Later, for June 95 for January 2010. In February 1999, Trump launched his own lifestyle magazine called Vice Living in the Style, to include an advanced Vice column Divorce magazine in 2001. She also released an autobiography, Raising Trump, in 2017, and covered her own upbringing and her years raising her own children with Donald. These two made several appearances together on television programs, including The Oprah Winfrey Show, April 88, followed by BBC's Wogan in May 88. Okay? After the divorce with Donald, Mulvaney was interviewed by Barbara Walters in ABC's 2020 in 1991. Excuse me, spoke anyway. In 1991, Donald covered immoderate payments after the interview and announced her as mentions to sue Aveda for monetary damages. Jeez. She returned to Oprah Winfrey Show in 1992 with the message, "I will not let men demonize me anymore." Jeez. Trump was a cameo role in Hollywood's Burt film First Wives Club in 1996. With the line, "Ladies, you have the strong, independent, and remember, don't get mad, get everything." She was the host of a reality TV special called A Violent Young Man, which aired on Oxygen Network in 2006. In the reality dating program, she held a wealthy, middle-aged woman for the finding young partner. In 2010, she appeared in the UK version of Celebrity Big Brother. Her personal life began when she married 4 times. Her first marriage to Albert Gregory, I can't pronounce his name, sorry, was a goal of Sororio Austrian nationally, according to a biographer. She was married to Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, from 1977 to 1992. And she had 3 children with him. Donald Trump Jr. in 1977, and Ivanka in 1981, and Eric in 1984. She became a national ally of the United States citizen in 1988. Trump married Italian interrupter and international businessman Riccardo Mazzardi in November 1995. They divorced in 1997. The same year, she filed a $50 million breach of consent suit against Mazzardi of violating the Controversy Clause in the Privacy Agreement, while she sued Avanya and her ex-husband Donald in the British court for robbery. The suit was later settled under its closed terms. In the summer of 1997, she began dating Italian aristocrat Count model. I can't pronounce his name, sorry. The relationship continued until his death in 2005. Wow. Trump dated Italian actor and model Massimo Boschi for 6 years before they married on April 12, 2008. The marriage of Robbie, 36 years old, was the fourth of Vanya, who was 23, was his senior at the age of 59. The couple's $3 million wedding was $4,100,000 guests, was hosted by ex-husband Donald Trump. A month ago, with daughter Erica, was a maid of honor. The wedding was official by Donald Trump, by Trump's ex-sister-in-law, Judge Marianne Trump Barry. Though Evan was also divorced less than a year later, very often on again and off again. Relationship continued until 2019. Please. While Van announced they have once again quit. Rebecca died on October 29, 2022 at the age of 49, reportedly from pneumonia. 10 grandchildren. In late 2010, she reportedly split for the time between New York City, Miami, and St. Tropez. She said she was fluent in German, French, Czech, and Russian. I don't know what happened to that. On July 14, 2022, excuse me, anyway. Avia died of blunt impact injuries in Oshawa after falling downstairs in her home in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. She was 33 years old. Her ex-husband Donald and their 3 children alongside a number of politicians and celebrities posted condolences on social media. Her funeral was held on the 20th of that following same month in the Church of St. Vincent Preachers, a Roman Catholic church near her home. Avia was buried at the Trump National Golf Club, Bob-Mister, in Bob-Mister, New Jersey. Now, my next topic has to do with Sean Kelly. Anyway, he was a Canadian humorist and writer. He was born on a farm in Exhaustion, Quebec on July 22nd, 1940. Same day as Alice Trebek's day. Anyway, after graduating from Columbia College, he worked as a radio actor and obviously copywriter, school teacher, and on the quiz show. Anyway, in '67, he co-wrote Expo Inside Out, and best-selling but highly official guide for Montreal World's Fair. Okay, in '72, he emerged in New York City's to co-write the infamous off-Broadway rock musical, Lemmings, okay? He received the Drama Desk Award for his lyrics. Pop, the monkey, perhaps reached its zenith in the early 70s with albums like Goodbye Pop, okay? National Lampoon's Lemmings. Okay? In which Christopher Guest, Sean Kelly, Tony Hendra, and others squarely Dasher's hollow touchstones in the rock concert culture, okay? Stephen Hawley, New York Times, June 25th, 1989, okay? He worked at National Lampoon from 1971 until 1978. Become an editor, later co-editor-in-chief in 1975, okay? He returned to the publication as senior editor in 1981 until 1984. He guided his staff. Sean Kelly broke his own record for observation several times, okay? Reaching the opposition with the dance of the parody of, I can't pronounce this word, sorry, of the wake of someone else. Now the scene of Larry Bass of July 1st, 2013, okay? In '77, he was a founding editor of Heavy Metal, the adult fantasy magazine. As a freelance, he has been ethnic, okay? A fag, okay? Makes more sense. Anyway, publishing Bazaar, okay? Okay. Barrison's Callers interview. Okay, there's a lot of what they said. Anyway, Most Callers interview with top Irish American magazine. Anyway, the old farmers in America, Playboy, Spy, The Village Boys, and Qualities of Joyce Studies. He received many children's books from New York Times. Wow. Of his construction of off-Broadway musical Diamonds, okay, Christian science minor critic John Barton wrote, Christie, the most athletic parody of the Oscar of Sean Kelly, excuse me, anyway, hilarious, quasi, Aussie bat, who turns out the Japanese body version plays a lion dancer, okay? And samurai, of a lemon known towards western ears and the costume of the bat. CSM, December 26, 1984. Anyway, he worked essentially in children's television for CBS, Beyond People's Concerts and Drawing Power, the Fox series Goosebumps, and what the hell? Mad School Bus. Anyway, in the PBS series, Charlie Thompson, that's good. And Naughty and Friends. His only Emmy in 2004 was the earliest Lynch's PBS series, Between the Lions. That is a good choice. Anyway, he had published in adult television, including a brief stint in Saturday Night Live, 2 attempt baseball variety shows, a sitcom series, a couple of crime dramas, recycling of Woodstock. He appeared in small screen hosting a PBS art show, trying to swim on suit armor and dressed in the Bieber, okay? Makes sense anyway. Okay. He created material for John Kennedy, the late John Kennedy, that is. The late John Collin, Jane Collin, Robert Kern, Steve Martin, something like that, I don't know. Martin Mull, John Rayner, and late John Wares, okay? He contributed lyrics to music by Stephen Goldman, Christopher Guest, Paul Jacobs, the late Joel Rasco, Paul Schaffer, and Jim Steinman, the late Jim Steinman, that composes Meatloaf songs, that is. Anyway, he has written or co-written many books. Only one of them which he has been translated into Japanese. That includes States Parties Up in Us in 1993. I'll Be Irish Out in 1999. Both with Rasmus Rogers, okay? Irish Folks and Fairy Folk Tales edited in 1982. Not the Bible with Terry Hendra in 1983. Groceries with Tyrus Tides, illustrated by Rick Mastorez in 1987. Boom Baby Moon, illustrated by Ron Hodge in 1983. And Bush Pro Oops with Chris Kelly in 2004. Okay. Boom Baby Moon is unlucky despite the lowering rhythm of Sean Kelly's poetry and an instant-looking illustration of Ron Hodge, okay? To con the distance of grown-ups into thinking of simple children's books, okay? I suspect to be banned shortly after it appears in National Boys bookstores. Why? Anyway, that I never had a chance to make it in the libraries. But the careers will be spendly invested in the Senate's community. Gavin Wilson's New York City New York Times book reviews on December 5th, 1993. He was married to Patrick Todd and they have 5 children living in Brooklyn. He died from a heart and racial failure. On July 11, 2022, he was 81 years old in a hospital in Manhattan. My next step topic has to do with L.Q. Jones. Anyway, born Gillis Ellis McQueen Jr., okay? Known professionally as L.Q. Jones, okay? Known as an American actor and director. He was appearing in Sam Max films such as Wild High Country in 1962, Marriage ID in 1965, The Wild Bites in 1969, The Battle of Cable Hearts in 1970, Cable Pat Joyce and Billy the Kid in 1973, and his later roles includes Casino 95, the year I was born, The Patriot, The Mask of Zorro, both in 1998, and The Mary Home Compassion in 2006. His other roles include Western television series such as Canary, I can't pronounce his name. Anyway, Walleye, Gunsmoke, Wame, Wagon Train, and The Virgin. He was a writer and director of the 1985 science fiction film, A Boy and His Dog, based on Ellison's novella of the same name. He was born on August 29th, 1927 in Beaumont, Texas. Anyway, okay. Son of Jesse Parry Sevens and Justice Ellis McQueen Sr. Anyway, a railroad worker, okay. In the early age, he lost his mother, where she died from the fall in a car accident. He completed his school education at Port Nevis Groves High School in 1945. After serving in the United States Navy in 1945 and 1946, he attended Mark Junior College and Laurie Morris College in Jacksonville, Texas. Then studied law, business, journalism in the University of Texas at Austin from 1950 until 1951. He worked as a stand-up comic, played professional baseball and football. He even tried ranching. I can't pronounce that, sorry. Before turning to acting after corresponding to his former college roommate, Fess Parker. Anyway, he made his film debut in 1955 in Battle Cry. Anyway, created under the birth name Julius McQueen. Wow. His character name in that film, however, was L.Q. Jones, a name he liked and decided to adopt as stage name for all his future roles as an actor. In 1955, this same year, he was cast as Maddie Smith in 3 episodes of Clint Walker's ABC's Wonder Brothers Western series, Cheyenne. I pronounced it, sorry. First outlaw Western on network television. He appeared in numerous films in the 1960s and 1970s. Anyway, he's become a member of some Peckin Pah's stock comedy of actors. Appeared in Colleague series 1960 and 1961. Wild in the High Country in 1962. Major Dundee in 1965. Wild Bunch in 1969. Battle of Cannibal Hodge in 1970. Pat, Jared, and the Billy the Kid in 1973. Jones previously cast alongside his close friend Sora Barton, most rarely as Paul's member of the Bounty Hunter CC in the Wild Bunch. Jones also appeared in recurring characters on such Western series such as Collines since 1975, Gunsmoke the same year, One Mind, something like that. Two Faces West in 1960 and 1961. There's a ranch and Annie Boleyn on Very Dry in 1962. That same year in 1962, Jones appeared in Ollie Arnshaw, a rich rancher working for Bride on Wallman in the episode titled The Bride. Anyway, he was cast in the military drama series Man Abinales and the CBS Western Joy Ringo and on the NBC Western Jefferson's Drum. Anyway, he made 2 guest appearances on Perry Madison, including the role of con artist and murder victim Charles B. Barmany in Case of Lonely Hearts in 1958, and Edward Lewis in the Case of Monterey Blubber in 1963. He appeared on Hawley Hawaii 5-0 series season 1 episode 15 in January 1969. He also appeared in the episode of E-A-Team titled Cowboy George and 2 episodes of Fall Guy as Sheriff Dwight Smith. Okay. In 1971, Jones appeared as Bond the Man from Shiloh, the final season where Brian the Roundman episode titled The Towel Killer. Jones other films such as Man of War, Naked and the Dead, 1957-58, Flaming Star, 1960, Cimarron, 1960, same year anyway. Hells from Heroes, 1961, 62, something like that. Excuse me, spoke anyway. Ham High in 1968. Anyway, Stay Away Joe in the same year. The Brotherhood of Satan, 71, which he co-produced and wrote. Target Terror on the FBI versus the Ku Klux Klan in 75. White Line Fever in 76. Lone Wolf Bequaid in Series 683, Casino 95, Tornado 96, The Edge 97, The Mac is Zorro 98. Finally, a parade helm comparison in 2006. Jones directed, produced, and wrote the screenplay for The Boy and the Dog. He was practicing modelist and registered Republican. July 9th, 2022, he died of natural causes in his Hollywood Hills home in Los Angeles, California. He was 94 years old. Wow. My next topic has to do with Gregory Ellison, okay? Born Gregory Martin Ellison, okay? He was an American character actor on film and television, perhaps known for his role as U.S. President Charles Lawson in the acting thriller series 24. He was born in Washington, D.C. on April 20th, 1948, and the son of Elliot Lawson, Smith, Martin Joseph Ellison. When he was in the 6th grade, family moved to Birmingham, Wisconsin, where his father was a mayor. Wow. He was originally intended to become a theater actor, receiving training with American Country Theater in San Francisco. He had made stages across the country. Wow. Okay. His career began when on television. Ellison appeared as a guest starring roles on various television shows such as the Matt Geyser episode, Fall Approach in 1986, and received a Tony Award for nomination for this role in partial reprise to win play The Kentucky Cycle. Okay. In the movie Airplane, he played Russia's Silent Number 1. He had a small role in an A-Team episode called Wheel of Fortune as Howard. Okay, and they counted the Casino. In 2005, he joined the cast of 24, halfway to the 4th season. The current role of Vice President Charles Logan, okay? By following season, the character has become president, and it was bound to become one of the leading figures in the storyline. He received an Emmy nomination for Outstanding Supporting Actor for the Drama Series performance. He didn't have the audition for the role, but since he had to previously audition for the role during the 2nd season of the show and knew one of the producers, he returned for 4 episodes in the 6th season. He returned with the story and arc during the 8th season and showed how President Ellison Taylor keep the peace treaty alive. This is all an Emmy nomination out as Outstanding Guest Actor in the drama series, okay? Somewhat controversially, before that role, he played a professional candidate in the commercial in the cheese products, which he was deemed for doofus for not liking cheese. Wow. Okay. In 2007, he made a guest appearance as William Adams, someone like that. Dick Tracy, and the police officer, and the Rainey's Halloween night in the episode called Robot Chicken. He has held recurring roles on popular TV series such as Friends and Theodore Hagedorn, okay? Father of Mike Hagedorn, Murder 1, NCIS, and The Man List, okay? He played the head of the unit in later 13 episodes before leaving to return to 24 in this final season. He also appeared on Night Court, Matlock, Dallas Murr, Jake the Fat Man, The OC, Beverly Hills 2010, 902, 10, something like that. Judge and Amy, Boston Legal, CSI, Crime Scene Navigation, The Practice, and finally The Pretender. In the short-lived science fiction series, Firefly. He also portrayed John Ashcroft in the 2003 television series movie, DC 9/11, Time Crisis. He also had a recurring role on Covert Affairs. He also made his first Star Trek appearance in 1993 on Star Trek Deep Space Nine episode Dax. He became a fun Star Trek actor, playing in 5 different roles in the various series over the years. His most recent Trek role was Emily Black in the Star Trek Enterprise. He later guest starred in DS9 again, 6th season episode, Who Mourns the Forlorn. He appeared as Dr. Dizak in the episode Crystal's Care in the 7th season of Star Trek Voyager. He was a special guest star in the Disney Channel hit show Hannah Montana, which is so lame, I know that. But anyway, in the season 2 episode, Obsessed About Love, is a billionaire who is a big son, whose son becomes the romantic interest of Molly's. Wow. Okay. He hosted ACME this week at the ESB Comedy Theater on February 23rd, 2008. Appearing in several sketches, as well as a short film, well, nor really special visions unit, or SVU for short. Anyway, he has a recurring role in the seasons 1 to 4 of the USA series Covers Affairs. Anyway, his career began when, on stage, he appeared in numerous television ventures across the country. He was a member of the Matrix Theater Company in Los Angeles, when he added to television award-winning productions of Wayne Frangotic, the Homecoming and the Birthday Party, each of them earned him the LA Drama Critics Award, Circle Award for performance. For his work, the Publisher's Prize win the Kentucky Cycle, which is a performance world premiere in the entrance speaker Mark Taper Forum, and Center on the Broadway. He received Tony Award, Drama Dex Award, okay? Nominations, okay? He appeared on stage in the world premiere of Donald Margaret's Shipwreck, okay? An entertainment at South Coast reportedly. And so he revived the Geffen Playhouse, okay? In 2010, he appears as Earl of Kent in the Brian's Comedy's production of King Lears, okay? He won the LA Drama Critics Circle Award for the performance, okay? He was on several radio plays with the LA Theater Works and played the Archbishop of the Hollywood Theater of Earls. 2010 production of St. John, okay? In film, he starred in Fear of Loving in Las Vegas and the Mint Hotel Clerk, okay? Logan sounded like actor McClain Simpson on MASH. He played on psychologist in the Lindsay Lohan thriller I Know You Kill Me. Who Killed Me, anyway. And there's a prison warden in Laura Bernie Simpson. He and his wife, Judy, had married in 1979 and had 2 children. He had a major heart attack in 2015, but was able to continue acting. He died on July 8th, 2022. He was 74 years old due to complications during the emergency surgery. He's done a lot. Anyway, my next topic has to do with Tony Sororio. Anyway, born Gregory Anthony Sororio Jr. He was an American actor. He was best known for this role with Polly, Walnuts, Garage and Sopranos. He was the main number of appearances in the films of Woody Allen. He was born in New York City on July 29, 1942, to a family of Italian descent. He grew up in the East Fallbrush and Western Harz neighborhoods in New Brooklyn, okay? And attended Mistwood High School, okay? But did not graduate. Wow. Okay. Sororio's brother, Richard Sororio, is a Catholic priest and co-founder of the Free Market Action Institute, okay? He was convicted of several crimes and was arrested 28 times. Wow. Including the story, conduct, assaults, and robbery before taking up acting. In February 27, 1970, he was arrested in the restaurant and found with a .32 Carbonate restaurant in this person. In 1971, he was abducted in the Exhaustion concern and felony weapons production. Wow. Convicted and sentenced to 4 years of prison, which he served 20 months of Sing Sing. Wow. According to the court transcript, at the time of his sentencing, he was the owner of the escort in Manhattan. He also had paid charges of criminal possession of dangerous drug. He also stated he was visited by a acting troupe composed of ex-convicts during his imprisonment, which inspired him to give acting a try. He appeared in the 1989 documentary The Big Bang by James Toback, in which he discussed his early life. Okay, his first career began when he confirmed roles in films such as Extra in 1974 film Crazy Joe, starring the role with the help of Richard Sororio. Michael Gazos was Sergio's first acting coach. Wow. He played gangsters in a number of films, including Goodfellas, Mob Queens, My Hawley have announced it, Love and Money, Fingers, The One Man Jury, Defense, The Last Fight. Anyway, it's Not Blood, Bulls Over Broadway, The Pickup Artist, Gotti, Search for One-Eyed Jimmy, Copland, Turn of Faith, Hello Again, Mickey Blue Eyes, and Wonder Wheel. He also played policemen in the films such as Dead Presidents and Discovering Harry. Sergio was a close friend of Woody Allen and appeared in 7 of his films. He also made most acclaimed acting job was in Polly Rogers in David Clay Chase's Emmy Award-winning drama, The Sopranos. He missed the audition for the role of Uncle Jr. with Frank Vincent, but Dominic Cruises landed the role. David Chase instead offered him the role of Polly Clary. Sororio agreed under the condition that his character would not become a rat. Exactly. In animation, he portrayed the voice of Big Daddy, Fairywinkle, and Fairy Odd Parents. On Family Guy, he voiced the character Vinny, who for 3 episodes in late 2013 was his family's pet dog, replaced by Griffin. Wow. After his death. Okay. Ronald later being brought back via time travel. Okay. He also made a live action cameo in the episode Stewie, Chris, and Brian's Excellent Adventure. Okay. Which is friend Stewie. Wow. And stars Italians and calling them ridiculous people. Vinny will return to cameo appearance in the end of season 15 premiere, The Boys in the Band. Okay. He'll later voice characters on Steph MacFarlane's other animated series, American Dad. Okay. In 2018, he reunited with former Thrills actors, Federal, okay, I pronounce his last name, Casareo, Vincent Roger, and Sarah Q. His personal life began, he had 2 children, Jonathan and Richard. In 1999, he and Sororio's co-star Vincent Pastrol met with James Commercial and his brother, Jerry, family soldiers, and at a Christmas party in Little Italy, Manhattan. James Corona was under FBI surveillance at the time. In 2008, he released a college called Pio per Arvo. He died in the afternoon of July 8, 2022, and since lived in factory in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 3 weeks before his 80th birthday. No cause of death was given, but he was diagnosed with dementia some years before his death. His funeral mass was held in Basilisk of Leicester Palace. It was interred in the Calvary Cemetery in Queens, New York. He was in the television. He also did not only a Muppets Christmas and Larry's Success in 2008 as a monster, but he's almost a famous Bert in 2007 TV special with his other Sororio actor. I can't pronounce his name, but it's just at the time, yes, he did a great job, My next topic has to do with Larry Storch. Anyway, and he was an American actor, best known as Lawrence Domino Storch. Anyway, he was voice artist and comedian, best known as television roles, including voiceover work for the cartoon shows such as Mr. Whoopi on Tennessee Talks Eating the Tales, and the live action roles in Bumpin' Carville Randolph again, Algon, on F Troop, which is won a nomination for Emmy Award in 1967. He was born on New York City on January 8th, 1923. Wow. Okay, makes sense. He would have been 100 next year, as a matter of fact. But anyway, the son of Albert Storch, the cab driver and broker, and his wife, Sally Carpenter Storch, a television operator, jewelry store owner, and the rooming house operator, and that's make more sense. Anyway, the Washington Post reported he was born in the Bronx. The New York Times reported he was born in Manhattan, which makes sense to me. Anyway, the Wall Street Journal reported that he was born Upper West Side. I don't know what you have to find about this. His parents was operated Jules. He attended DeWitt Creighton High School in the Bronx with Don Adams. Wow. Who was his lifetime friend. Jules had times of the Great Depression. Storch said he never graduated from high school. Instead, found work at the comic for $12 a week, operating for band leader Al Donahue and the band Seaside Bay. Anyway, during World War II, he served in the United States Navy, where he was shipmates with Tony Curtis as a submarine lender at USS Florence AS-19. His career began when Storch was originally a comic. It's led to a guest appearance on dozens of television series, including Max, Card 54, Where Are You?, History, Get Smart, Sergeant Brinko, Colomeo Chips, Fantasy Island, Miss McCloud, Emergency, The Flying Nud, Alice Smith and Jones, The Alfred Hitchcock Hour, That Girl, I'm Dreaming G, Google Power USMC, Gillen's Island, Doris Day Show, Pointers or something else, Love American Style, All in the Family, and Kodak, the Night Stalker. Wow. In its most famous role was from 1965 to 1967, and starring Carl Dwight Hagen, okay? And the Situation Comedy F Troop, okay? With Forrest Tucker, Ken Burry, Mary Patterson, which were nominated for the Emmy Award in 1967. In 1975, Storch co-starred with Bob Burns, which wore Gorilla's costume, okay? And Forrest Tucker, okay? On the short-lived but popular Saturday morning children's show, The Ghostbusters, okay? He also appeared on the Love Boats, which was Al Bunny's childhood hero, Married with Children. Al Bunny's daughter, Kelly's attended acting school operated by Blairy, okay? And was a semi-regular on Charles Carr 54, Where Are You? He co-starred with a short-lived series, The Queen and I. Various shows and appearances. Okay. He also appeared on many variety shows, including Shoni and Cher, Laughing, Hollywood Squares, the game show, Playboy After Dark, and Hollywood Palace, with several appearances on The Ed Sullivan Show, Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, and Steve Allen Show. Jackie Gleason asked his short to fill in for him in the summer of '63 with Gleason but on hiatus. This led to a 10-episode Larry Storch Show, okay, with guest stars such as Joe Blair, Wes Cosivas, Dick Himes, and Cab Calloway. He also made appearances on Go Paul USMC and Ghosts Island, okay? The appearances and voiceover actor, okay? The Impressionist stars raised hundreds of voices and delinquents, okay? Ranging from Mama's Alley to Clyde's Reigns, okay? Voice characters in many television and film animations, okay? Including The Pink Panther Show, Chloe's, The Inspector, Brady Kids, Cool Cat, Cooley the Clown, Treasure Island, and Tennessee Talk Shows. He also worked with Mel Blanc and June Foray at Warner Bros. Seminars, voicing characters such as Murray the Magic Mouse and Cool Cat. He continued his association with Filmation as a voiceover actor in other series and films that Comedy produced, including Jory Back to Oz in '72, Woody Voice, Amos, Farhand M.M., voiced by Margaret Hamilton, and himself, The Wicked Witch of the West, in 1949 movie, and Uncle Harry. Anyway, film appearances include this. He appeared in more than 25 Hollywood films, including Gun Fever in 1958, Was This Lady in 1960, Boy Piles of Trouble in 1962, Captain Newman and B.D. in 1963, Wrong Wonderful in 1964, I can't say that, S and The Single Girl in 1964, The Great Race in 1965. Anyway, he also appeared in Buzz Rise Back in Town in 1965. And a very special favor in the same year. Anyway, that funny feeling in the same year. The Great Bank Robbery in 1969. Airport 75 and 74. Happy Hooker Goes to Washington in 1967. Record Company 78. SOB in 81. Fake Out in 82. Sweet 16 in 1983. And then Fine Mess in 86. As well as a cult sci-fi film, Monteers in 1979, Without War in 1980. Anyway, Tony Curtis and Storch reunited in 2003 running a mystical version of Some Like It Hot. In 2005, he worked with Ali Medical Hall and Funny Valentine the same year and appeared in the documentary feature Aristocrats the same year. The stage work began when he was after success in television and films. Storch returned to New York stage, having first performed on Broadway stage in the 1950s. He received rave reviews on off-Broadway production Breaking Legs. Okay, co-starring Bill Masayo, Vincent Gardena, I pronounced it. Show extended several times before going on the road. Okay, he also appeared in Broadway productions such as Porgy and Bess, okay, which Storch considered his favorite, and also a little less with John Sibelson, and Engage Your God with Rob Reba. Untitled, okay. Sorry, I pronounced it. Anyway, he toured the United States and Europe with Porgy and Bess. And in 2004, he was in Sly Fox with Richard Dreyfuss and the old friend of Iron Corey. Larry was then 81 and Professor Corey at 90 did 8 shows per a week. In March 2008, he celebrated his 50th anniversary performing on Broadway. His first Broadway appearance was in Who Was That Lady I Saw You With? Was made in 1960 film starring Dean Martin and Tony Curtis, with Storch appearing. Wow. Storch and Dark Shells star Marty Wallace appeared in Love Letters by A.R. Gurney on June 24th, 2012. A benefit performance for actors Trembles in New York City, okay? In the summer of 2012, Storage appeared in the benefit performance of Love Letters, okay? The actress Dana Sawyer, okay? Best known for this role as Mr. Bucket, okay? In the original Willy Wonka film in Farmville, Virginia, to benefit the Tom Mix Rangers. And comedy LPs. Storage recorded a LP, Mary Storage on the Bond store, okay? Released by Germany Records in the 1960s. And the other records include Ron Storage Reed's, Philip Roach Armstrong's, and singles such as Pooped, BW, The Eighth, Wonder in the World, and I'm Walking. A month before he died, Storage recorded the blues song Wine Spoo Dee Ado, something like that, with Mike Clark and his trio. The song was supposedly released soon after Storage's passing. He was married to actress Norma Kathleen Grieve on July 10th, 1961. They remained married until her death at the age of 81 on August 28, 2003. Both briefly appeared in the made-for-television movie The Woman Hunter in 1982. He had 3 children, a stepson, Larry May, a daughter, Candace Herman, a restored to brief encounter with his future wife, born in 1947, okay? And given up adoption, Larry united a stepdaughter, June Claus, born in 1954, to Norman and Jimmy Claus, Stomp, in the song and dance team Stompy, okay? Storage's younger brother, Jay, from 1924 to 1987, was an actor and voice-over performer under the name Jay Lawrence, okay? Larry then died at his home in Upper West Side at Manhattan. On July 8, 2022, he was 99 years old. Associated Press reported that he died from natural causes. Washington Post reported that he died from complications from Alzheimer's disease. Okay? Honors and tributes, and we'll do a commercial break, since I'm not going to be able to do this much longer. Anyway, Storage was nominated for Primetime Emmy Award in the 1967 for Outstanding Continued Performance by an Actor in Leading Role in a comedy series for After Troop, okay? Storage was lost to childhood friend Don Adams that year. Storage said he's remarked to Adams. He kept it on the blog, okay? An episode of Animaniacs titled The Sound of Warmers feature a banner that says Larry Storage Days, November 13th and 14th. In Fort Lee, New Jersey, Mayor Mark Storage named Storage an honorary mayor for the day on June 1st in 2014. He has previously been honored by the local film commissions for the performance of the River nightclub was closed 6 years earlier. He received the 2015 Barrymore Award for Lifetime Achievement in Film and TV for the Fort Lee Film Commission. A Gold Palm Star with Palm Springs, California Walk of Stars, okay, was dedicated to Storage in 2014. He was named an honorary physician at Pansy, New Jersey on September 13, 2016, okay? He was also received a Navy Distinguished Service Medal to preserve his World War II service. On January 14, 2019, the Lambs honored Storage with the Status Award. The Wild West City, and Nursery Park, New Jersey, renamed one of the Storage Forest Lambs Storage Silver Dollar Saloon in his honor. Storage was named an honorary fellow in early 2019 in the ceremony of Dick Cavett in the New York Friars Club. On his 97th birthday, Storage was presented in proclamation in the state of New York. When we come back, we'll do the rest of the death topics, and we'll do the rest of all these death topics. And then we'll read more of these topics I need to read next. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Crazy Bunch's web show, episode number 70. I am so sorry for a huge delay. I just came back from another upcoming taping of Pringle the Game Show, which I won't say about. And of course, some family talk, which some of the issues which I won't say about, and things like that. But frankly, I will talk about some more depth topics, and of course, some more topics to read, and I'll be and afterwards some fun facts of the week, and then I'll be done with this episode. Anyway, let's get to it now. Shall we? So we got for us. His name is R.C. Harvey. Okay, well, he was an American author, critic, and cartoonist. He goes by the name of Robert C. Harvey. Anyway, he wrote a number of books on the history and theory of cartooning. Okay, with a special focus on comic strip. Excuse me. He also worked on a freelance cartoonist. He was born on May 31st, 1937. He described himself as having a drawing cartoon since the age of 7. He received a BA at the University of Colorado, which is submitted cartoons to the campus humor magazine, the Flattering, something like that. Upon graduation in 1959, Harvey attempted to live in a freelance cartoonist in New York. Okay. But was interrupted in attempt by some of the U.S. Navy in 1960 to 1963. Then he served as a paymaster aboard the USS Saratoga, have announced it. Anyway, his career began upon his discharge, he began in high school, an English teacher for 5 years, from 1964 to 1969, before spending 4 years as a conference manager for the National Council of Teachers in English. Okay, he received a master's degree in English at New York University in 1968, and a PhD in English literature from the University of Illinois Champaign in 1978. While at NCTE, he freelanced cartoons magazines from 1978 until 1982. In 1973, Harvey began writing about comics and cartooning for Memory Falls July. In 1976, Harvey's columns began appearing in Comics Journal, okay, where he had a regular column. But then the 90s began when she saw publication of flat graphics books of cartoons from the roaring 20s in 2 volumes, however, collected and edited by Harvey. Harvey was also a contributor to Oxford University Press, his American national biography, okay? Providing biographies of a couple dozen cartoonists, okay? In 1994, Harvey's first work of comics scholarship of are the Funnies, okay? Was published by University Press in Mississippi with the art of the comics book from 1996. Okay, he serves as the associate editor for the journal Inc.'s Cartoon and Comics Art Studies. Okay, taking responsibility for submissions related to the comic strips. Okay, then 98. He was a guest career, something like that, for the Children's of the Young Kid. Okay. Examination of the Frame Museum in Seattle, for which he also provided a catalog, okay? He also wrote on or collected and edited 13 books of comics and cartooning, okay? Including million kind of collaborations 2002, okay? From the University Press Mississippi, okay? Follow that biography of meanwhile, a biography of Kenneth, career of Terry and the Pirates and the Steve Kennedy 2007, okay? Published by Fantagraphics, okay? His most recent book is Inside Stories, History, something like that, of cartooning, rediscovering forgotten famous comics, okay, in their careers, 2014, from UPM. A complete list of his books appear on this website. Harvey also interviewed cartoonists, something like that, for the long-run quality magazine's cartoonist profile, something like that. And he contributed a column with a brief time to the Comics Buyer's Guide, okay? He was a member of the National Cartoonist Society, NCTS for short, something like that. I don't know. NCS, something like that. I don't know. As well as associate member of the Association of American Editorial Cartoonists, AAEC for short. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway, he received the following awards: All Navy Cartoonist, 1960, AAC, something like that, Ink Ball Award, Recognition and Dedication Service, and Association of Distinguished efforts to promote and to the art of illustrated cartooning, 2013, and San Diego Comic Con International Ink Pie Award for achievement of comic arts in 2018. He married his wife Linda D. Komnick in 1971. They have twin daughters, Julia Jill and Catherine Kent, born in 1975 in May. In late June of 2012, which I have been 27 at the time, Harvey fell and unwillingly broke 6 ribs. He was hospitalized and died on July 7, 2022. He died on coordination of late fall. He was 85 years old. The next death topic has to have Adam Wade, okay? Born Patrick Henry Wade, he was best known as an American singer, musician, and actor. Wade is as perhaps the best known most in the state as a host of the CBS game show Musical Chairs in 1975, making the first black game show host in the United States. He was born in 1945 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, March 17th. What was that? Yeah, sorry to hear fireworks in the background. Please ignore that. Anyway, to Pauline Simpson and Harry Oliver Wade Jr. Anyway, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Wade was raised by his grandparents. Wade grew up in the East Liberty neighborhood and attended Westinghouse High School. Graduated in 1952. After high school, Wade attended Virginia State University, okay? But dropped out of his sophomore year, okay? His career began after working at a time as lab assistant with Dr. Jonas Stark on the Apollo research team. Wade began to part of a recording career signing with Cold Records in late 1959. He had his first hit in the early 1960s with number 38 with the song Ruby, a cover of the hit movie of 1953, okay? When this popular early 1960s, 1961, free this recordings, Take Care of Her, number 7, as I did know, and number 10, of course, Right in the Wall, number 5. Anyway, making it the top 10 in the Billboard Hot 100s charts. Anyway, these songs also made top 5 of Billboard's Easy Listening survey. Anyway, Wave received the following albums of the United Kingdom. Anyway, Adam and Eve in 1961, and Adam Wade won in the Lonely Number in 1962. Excuse me. We also received an EP in 1960. And then came out, Take Care of Her. Anyway, reached number 38 in the UK singles chart June 1961. Wade's vocal style was generally compared to his comrade Johnny Mathis, okay? But was actually a singer from the earlier period, Nat King Cole, okay? Was his principal influence, okay? In the public radio interview, Wade said, "My father introduced me to Nat's music when I was a kid. He was my idol since high school." Wow, okay. In 1975, Wade became his first African-American host of a television game show with the premiere of musical chairs. He started a stage production of Guys and Dolls in 1978 and hosted a talk show Memoir in L.A. In 1979, he co-starred with Della Reese in the production of Same Times Next Year. On television, he was seen as a soap opera Skylight and Search for Them All. It was filmed for instance on such popular black-oriented sitcoms as Sanford and Son, The Jeffersons, What's Happening, and Good Times. Anyway, his handsome face lit up at the room and allowed his natural marjoram to take it over the sea. In the late 70s and early 80s, Wade began to concentrate on acting and appear in several so-called black film movies, including Gorin's War, okay? Wade's returned to recording, producing a self-titled album on I can't pronounce it, sorry. Cursor, or how to pronounce this word, sorry. Gregory label, which was distributed by Columbia Records. Anyway, I misspoke anymore, sorry. Like I did my upcoming past documentary. Anyway, there was a venue in the more soulful singer genre. Anyway, it's meant to be more success and is still a favorite of his local fans. Anyway, he was appearing on one episode of Duke of Hazzards. Anyway, okay, whatever that was. Anyway, okay. His latest musical appearance was the 2008 Ford touring company in the play called Purple. Wade and his wife had a musical production firm, Songbird, okay, which headquarters in New Jersey. His personal life began when he was married twice and had 3 children. His first marriage was his high school sweetheart, K.A. Wade, from 1956 until his divorce in 1983. Together they had 3 children, Sheldon Rambo Wade, Patrice Johnson Wade, Michael Jamal Wade. Wade was married to Jerry Wade in 1989, and their marriage lasted until his death. The two often performed together. Wade would reveal in the interview that he met Jerry on the set of the musical Chairs. Wow, okay. Arrested in Montclair, New Jersey, following his marriage in 1989, Wade died there on July 7, 2022. He was 87 years old. He had battled Parkinson's disease. My next death topic has to do with Maddie Khan, okay? Born Manuel Carden, he was a founding member of the Scottish hard rock band Nashville, and there was a lead guitarist from 1968 until 1990. Okay, he was born on July 25th, 1941 in Spain. Wow, that makes sense. Anyway, he was okay, and his family was emerged from Spain anyway, Scotland in the 1940s, when he was age 2, okay? Prior to joining Nazareth, okay, Charleston was playing in a few bands. North Norman in the Mark 5 and later the Red Hawks, okay? So joined the local semi-pro double mark band, the Starred Aids, in 1998. The band changed their name to Nazareth, okay? Inspired by the opening lyric from The Wait, a song by the band, okay? Charleston played a huge part of numerous worldwide success. His smoothly style of playing combined with Dan McCarthy's vocals, okay? First came to the attention of wider block audience when Nazareth toured in 1971 as the opening act for Deep Purple, wow. But by 1973, they were headlined with their own shows. He was also the band's producer for many years. See Deep Purple's Rogers Glover. Wow. After the band decided that they wanted to move in the right direction from the Hair of a Dog album. Hair of a Dog attended platinum sales in the United States, had a date sold in excess of 2 million copies. It's the band's most well-known album. It contains their biggest hit, Love Hurts, when it reached number 8 in the United States. Wow. He was also produced a subtitled Dan McCarthy debut LP in 1975. With a single Out of Time in the same year, which is number 41 UK charts. Anyway, he would go on to produce a string of successful Nazareth albums, up to including No Means City in 1979. Now, the next one part of the album features Appetite for Destruction, Guns N' Roses album, so, in his career. But anyway, Axl Rose of Guns N' Roses initially wanted the guy to produce Nazareth's Hair of a Dog, to produce what would become the band's breakthrough album. Charles went got a request from Geffen Records to produce several recordings at Sound City Studios, Los Angeles in June 1986. At the end of the session, they have 25 songs on tape. It include Paradise City, Rocket Queen, Welcome to the Jungle, Night Trade, 2 versions of Middle in the City, which I have not seen the 2 versions yet. November Rain, it's from the 2 version of Use Your Illusion. Shall Be Love, takes 1 or 2 and 2, something like that, because I have not seen the songs yet. And Rigorous Live. After these initial works, he rejoined Nazareth in Europe, and Guns N' Roses hired Mike Klink to produce the album. Costs and production are included and bonuses on the 2018 reissue of Appetite for Destruction, which I have not bought yet. Exit from Nazareth. After leaving Nazareth in 1990, Charleston played some solo shows on the Scottish club circuit, okay, and released a solo album, Drove, 1997, on the Red Seal record label with Neil Meyer on vocals, okay. The following year, he relocated to Texas, where he was formed the Maddie Khan band, okay, MEC band for short. The new band released a pair of albums from, let's say, Shotgun and Not Calm This, before disbanding in 2003, okay? Now, Doom is the next part of his career. In 1995, Carlson sent to ID Software, creator of Doom, that is, cassette tape featuring an untitled song that John Romano would later title Blood of the Walls. The writer said for the guys and gals at ID's SIC, something like that, who came up with the coolest game on the side of hell. Kicked some demon butt to this. Wow. He also said distributed this at Stairware. It came in the old days, a PC. Okay? Game in which one of the gets the first, third, and fourth of the game for free. With reduced price. Buy the full game later. Romeo was later find the tape and record it and be free. Find it for free on his website. The song is actually titled Doom for Charleston's album Droll. Wow. His solo career began in 2004. Okay, when Charleston released Say the Word on the Scottish label River Records. Then in 2005, solo release of Sharp, which is all on the whole covers album, okay? Including Tim Hortons' Hang On to the Dream, Bob Dylan's Show Up for the Storm. Later that year, Charleston compiled the follow-up to Sharp, okay? Makes sense anyway. Anyway, titled Sharp Reloaded. Anyway, in early 2006, he joined the Swedish rock band Far Beyond, okay? Which released their debut album titled Game Over, and toured and support the album around Europe before disbanding in late 2007. He then released a solo album, American Deluxe, okay? American Deluxe. Covering some such songs such as Fleetwood Mac's Talks. So anyway, in March 2013, Carlson released Halocious, co-produced by Jerry Bryant, JB Records. Anyway, this record was made in California and featured Tim Bargert, Bulgari. Anyway, Sororio Jr., Sororio Reyes Jr., Stephen Aller of Guns N' Roses, the drummer. Anyway, Vinnie Campbell of Def Leppard, and Robin DiLorenzo have been announced. Anyway, in 2014, Scarvin's solo album, Sharp and Sharp Reloaded, will issue the double CD. Neil Jeffries of Classic Rock commented Carlson's production work, writing among these Dylan songs, tackle among these watchtowers, simply studying, step side both the original and Hendrix similar version with classic reggae tones that commanded Carlson's reputation of a truly gifted arranger. In 2018, Records released Cream de la Cream, an album celebrating the best of Charleston's solo career. He was married to Isabel and they have later divorced. They have a son and daughter together. His son precedes him to death by 6 months. Wow. In 1997, Charleston moved to Texas, United States, where he was married to his second wife, Julie. He relocated again to Corona in Spain in 2015. During the visit to the United States, he died in Texas on July 5th, 2022. He was 80 years old. Wow, what a shocker, I know, to metal fans out there. Born in the 40s. But anyway, my next step topic has to do with Lenny Von Dolan. Born Lenny Von Dolan Jr., he was best known, it was an American television, film, and stage actor. Within a 4-year career that primarily featured work in independent films and guest appearances in numerous prominent series, he was primarily the best known for his performance as Archibald Miles Harding in the film called Electric Dreams in 1984. And Tyrell as a steelworker's son opposite Carl Malden and Billy Gavin in 1986. Nazi orgy-loving organization Harold Smith in the television series Twin Peaks and its prequel film Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me. He was born on December 22nd, 1958 in Augusta, Georgia, and raised in Gotland, a small town in South Texas, He had journalism from his prominent side, As a child, he wished to become a jockey, but too tall for his dream. But he studied theater at the University of Texas. He graduated from Martel Heights College in Denver, Colorado. From there, he moved to New York City to pursue a career on the stage. Saying with the interview, I knew I wanted to go to New York City to work in the theater. So I raised myself with the Texas accent, but listening to some John Gorford records, Then after I got to New York City, the first film I offered to play was the leader in the country, Western band Texas, Ronnie. His film career began when debut was in the Academy Award-winning 1983 film Tender Merciless, I pronounce it, starring Robert Duvall as a young country musician seeking the advice of a former star living in Ontario in rural Texas. The following year, he played the lead role in the cult film Electric Dreams, which I mentioned before, in 1984. The shy archer that finds himself completely romantically in his computer to affection his neighbor, which Robert Ebert called perfect casting. Exactly. Other early movie roles include Under the Bookmark Clock in 1985, the title role in Billy Goblin in 1986, opposite Carl Bowen, Dragon's Window in 1987, Blind Vision in 1992, Twin Peaks, Fire Walk With Me in 92, Jennifer 8 in the same year, and Ev's Legs, Leaving Normal in the same year. He also appeared in acclaimed independent films such as Two Wolves in 94, Birds of Prey in 96, One Good Term in the same year, Entertaining Angels in the same year, Top Line in 97, and Fort Line in the same year. Played one of the villains in Home Alone 3, which is a stupid movie. Watch this remix, Home Alone 3 in 1997. Anyway, in 2007, he appeared as Beautiful Loser in The Thief, a Sundance and Berlin Film Festival Dramatic Commission nominee. In 2010, he played Elder Daniel in John Stream, okay? In the same year, he played Sheriff Jack Carter in a short film called Night Blend 2010. In 2012 and 2013, he was seen in the comedy of Dickinson and White Cinemas, okay? In television, no, we're not doing television yet. Anyway, in 2015, he played the title role in the official legendary film director Oak Silver Night in the mockery Near Myth, the Oak Silver Night story. Anyway, now television, okay? His first television role was NBC's Emmy Award-winning Net Stay in 1981. He was well known to portray Archie Lover, Howard Smith, and David Lynch's and Mark Frost's 1990 TV series Twin Peaks, okay? In 2010, for this homage to Twin Peaks, he appeared USA Network's show Psy. In the episode Dole Sprays, okay? Played Sheriff Andrew Jackson, okay? Joined the cast reunion including Cheryl Lee. Other television roles include Don't Touch, directed by Bob Bridges, okay? The Equalizer, someone that I don't pronounce it. Anyway, Tales on the Dark Side, Miami Vice, 3797. Roseman playing John Wilkes Booth, or something like that. Picket Fences and playing the gay brother of Maury Martin's character in 92. And the additional Mr. Cox in the recurring role of the Pretender in 1999. Oh yeah, this is a great idea. Anyway, Walker, Texas Ranger in 96, and Chicago Hope in 99. He appeared in Masterpiece Theater presentation Andrews Wari, Ponder Horror in 2000 PBS. Anyway, in 92, he played a government agent in the future fascist state in the BBC's Red Dwarf series, V episode 6. Yeah, 5 episode 6. Anyway, back to reality. In 2017, he appeared in episode 12 of Seth MacFarlane's future sci-fi Fox series, The Orville. And as a part of this, I can't pronounce that. It's Baldness. I'm not even pronouncing it. Anyway, his fear began when in the fear, he created roles in the New York production of Asian Shade, okay? The Team, Twister, Bastionat, and the Monterey. Later too by Richard Greenberg, okay? For 9 months, he started as in Churchill's play The Cloud 9, okay? Directed by Tommy Toon, okay? Followed by the roundabout Fear Company's revival of Desire Hunt Under the Elms opposite Kathy Baker, okay? Then he starred in Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, Jordan's Root, okay? Legacy of Light at the Cleveland Playhouse. Lamborg Wilson, one-man play, A Poster Cosmos, okay? And Doubt, okay? In the end, that's Rolling Fear, okay? Someone that I don't know. On the West Coast, he was seen at Wasteland's Lulu and the Julius Playhouse, someone that I don't know. And Blue Room in the Positive Playhouse. And Fear district, Black Dahlia Fear. In Pashmira at Fear Boston Court. He both organized the role of the famous Larry personality Voltaire in the world premiere Gene Carter von Italy's Light and played Don Quixote's and Tennessee Williams' cameo role. And in 2012 at GTC, he played Elliot Chase at Neil Coward's Private Lives. He died on July 5th, 2022, of long illness. His death was announced by his sister Kathleen on Facebook 3 days later. He had a daughter named Hazel and a partner playwright James Still. Okay. He was used by his mother, Gay Von Dolan, and siblings Mary Gay, Kathleen and John David. His father Leonard died in 2009. Then he was just only 63 years old. My next death topic has to do with Tony Dow, the guy who played Wally on Leave It to Beaver. Born Anthony Lee Dow, he was an American actor, film producer, director, and sculptor. He portrayed Wally Cleaver in the iconic television series Leave It to Beaver from 1957 up until 1963. From 1983 until 1989, he was inspired his role as Wally in the television movie and in the new Leave It to Beaver series. He was born in the Hawley neighborhood of Los Angeles, California on April 13th, 1945. The son of Mario Virginia and a stunt woman and westerns, and John Stevens Dow, a designer and constructor. Okay, in this youth, he trained as a swimmer and was the Junior Olympics diving champion. Excuse me. His screen career began with a little stage acting and two television pilots in his only acting experience. Dow's career began when he was on an opening cast call and landed the role of Wally Cleaver on Leave It to Beaver. It was a major rewrite from the 1949 stages, but anyway, Leave It to Beaver came out in 1957, but anyway, in the reception of his television pilot for the show's entire run. The television pilot was starred the different actor who played Wally Cleaver at the time, not Tony Dow, which I could imagine a little bit. Anyway, from 1957 to 1963, he played the older son of June, played by the late Barbara Willinsley, something like that, and Ward, played by the late Hugh Beaumont, Cleaver. As the oldest brother, the protagonist, Theodore Beaver Cleaver, played by Jerry Matters. As played by Dow, Ward was an all-American boy. As a Jesuit white teenager, trusted by his parents, popular with his peers, and liked by his teachers. Ward is based on the series on Wire, Joe Kennedy's son, Jay. In the show's later years, Dow grew up an attractive, athlete, young man who was often featured in heartthrob, something like that, type magazines aimed primarily at teen girls. Producers took average of Dow's pilot and scripted episodes development in Wally's dating life, his after-school jobs, his friends, and his car. Anyway, after the Leave It to Beaver, Dow appeared on other TV shows such as From My Three Sons, Dr. Kildare, The Greatest Show on Earth, Never Too Young, and on 5 episodes of Mr. Novak in 3 different roles. From 1965 to 1968, he served in the U.S. National Guard, interrupting his acting career. On his return acting, he guest starred in television series such as Adam 12, Love American Style, Night Swerver, Swear Pegs, The Mod Squad, The Harvey Boys, and Emergency, okay? During the 70s, Dow continued acting while working in the construction industry. studied journalism and filmmaking. Okay? In 1977, he realized his role as Wally from Leave It to Beaver in the Kentucky Fried movie with Jerry Zucker playing Beaver. Okay? From 1983 to 1989. Okay? That would inspire his role as Wally Cleaver in the reunion television movie and subsequent sequel series, The New Leave It to Beaver, which Dow would wrote an episode from 1986. In 1987, he was honored to be by the Young Artist Foundation with its former child star Lifetime Achievement Award for this role as Wally Cleaver. In 1989, Dow made his debut as a director with an episode called The New Lassie. Okay? It followed by episodes such as Go Life, Harry Harrison's Coach, Lieutenant Long 5, Courtside, and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Dow serves as a special effects supervisor for Belly 5, and in 1996, he provided special effects for the Fox television movie Doctor Who. Okay. Dow also co-produced The Adventures of Captain Zoom in Outer Space in the year I was born, and came out of space too in 1996. Okay. Art career began when he, in addition to acting, directing, producing, and writing, Dow was also a sculptor, creating abstract brown sculptures. He said about his work, the figures about are abstract, they're not to be meant to represent reality, but rather the truth of their interactions that I see and feel them. I'll feel the wooded hills of Topeka Canyon, okay? And each piece involves my subconsoles, okay? I produce limited editions to 9 bronze using the wax process, molds, and the original sculpture. Rose work of Dow's work that is features human-like forms devoid of impressions of detail that are widely open to viewers and the rotations, okay? In December 2008, Dow was chosen as one of the 3 sculptures to show the Surgery National Death Arsenal's expeditions, located at the Cardinal de Watery in Paris, France. He presented the United States Declarations, which was composed of artists from the Karen Lynn Gallery, okay? His sculpture is shown as a Paris shopping mall with its titled Unarmed Warrior, bronze figure of a woman holding a shield, okay? His personal life began when he married Carol Merrill from June 1969 until his marriage ended in 1978. They have 1 child together, born in 1973. And in June 1980, Dow married Lawrence Stokine. In the 90s, Dow revealed that he had suffered from chronic depression. He subsequently saw the self-help videos calling about, including 1998, Beating the Blues. Then Dow also been hospitalized with pneumonia in 2021. Then in May 2022, he was diagnosed with liver cancer. He died on July 26, 2022, after promoting the report on Dow's death. His family announced that he was alive in his home at Topeka, California. However, it was reported that it was in the last hours and under hospital care. Dow, however, died the following day, July 27th. He was 77 years old. My next step topic has to do with Paul Sororio. I think how to pronounce his name. Anyway, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more after this is over, and we're done with depth topics after this. So, it's going to take me a while to finish depth topics for a while, and I'm done. Anyway. Born Paul Anthony Sorvino. Anyway, he was an American actor, opera singer, businessman, and writer. He often portrayed authority figures of both a criminal and law enforcement side of law. Anyway, he was personally known for his roles as luxury crime, family cover history, Paulie Crucio, based on real life gangster Paul Ryo in Martin Sorrell's 1990s gangster film Goodfellas, and the NYPD Sergeant Phil Curtis in the second season of television series Law and Order. He was also played a variety of father figures, including Juliet's father in That's War Man in 1996 film Romeo plus Juliet. Okay, and I see Miss Graham just made folks watching the end credits for it. That's just great and all. Anyway, as well as a guest appearance in the father Bruce Willis character. Now that Bruce Willis diagnosed with something. Anyway, Moonfight. Anyway, and the father of Jeff Carr's character and the Goldberg, something like that. I don't know. He looked on the additional supporting roles on the Truth Touch of Class, Reds, Rocketeers, something. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. The Cooler and Nixon as Henry Kissinger. I pronounce his words. Anyway, although he usually casts dramatic supporting roles, he eventually leads in films including Blood Brothers, also in the comedic roles, including his terms in the bombastic Salvador Invention in called Winer's Oh God. This was starring Dwight George Burns. Anyway, Sororio was also nominated for the Tony Award for Best Actor in 1972 play that championship season, and later starred in film and television adaptations. He was later a father of actor Maria Soriano and Michael Sereno. He was born April 13th, 1939, and raised in the British section of Brooklyn, New York. His mother, Angela married Matties in 1996. 1991, was a homemaker and piano teacher at Italian descent and who was born in Connecticut. His father, Ford Sororio, was Italian immigrant. I pronounce these words, sorry. Excuse me. Anyway, who worked in the rope factory, the foreman. Anyway, he attended Waverly High School, who he had a classmate painter named Peter Bax, and the American Musical and Drama Academy. He began his career as a copywriter in an advertising agency. He took his lessons for 18 years. While attending American Musical and Dramatic Academy, he decided to go into theater. He made his Broadway debut in 1964 musical Bajor. Wow. And 6 years later, he began his first film, Carl Reiner's Where's Papa? Anyway, starring George Segal and Ruth Gorin. Anyway, in 1971, he played a supporting role in Jerry Stolberg's critical acclaim Peg in the Neil Park, starring Al Pacino and Kitty Wynn. Anyway, he received critical praise for this performance, and as Phil Romeo in Jason Miller's 1972 Broadway play that championship season, in the role that he repeated in 1982 film version. He appeared in a number of George Segal starring film with a prominent supporting role in the Academy Award winning romantic comedy A Touch of Class. Okay. In 1973, and it could have happened in Nicer Guy. In 1974, he played Harry Walters. Okay. He real estate salesman, Ramsey's picked by a beautiful woman, Joanna Cameron, and I'm not gonna say the R word. Sorry, a gunpoint and a prank. It's a prank. Jeez. And he also appeared in 1936 Elliot Gould, Diane Keaton vehicle. I will for now. He also starred in the weekly series We'll Get By in 1975 as George Platt. Okay. Burt Durango Superstar in 1976 in the title role. Wow. And the oldest rookie in 1987 is Detective Ike Porter. Wow. He also directed Wheelbarrow's Closest in 1976 Broadway play by Willie Lee Russell II, who starred Day of Veal, something like that. I don't know. In 1981, he played the role of Italian-American communist Louis C. Christ in Ryan Bay's film Reds. He appeared in Larry Cohen's 1985 horror film The Stuff and received a Mountainous Lear, okay? Alongside feature Law and Order co-star Michael Marty, he also helped to found the American Stage Company, a group that launches several successful Broadway shows in 1986. Then in 1991, he took on the roles of Sergeant Phil Coretta, replacing actor George Dozani in the new role. The popular series Law and Order. He initially was expelled on about the role, but left after 29 episodes. Wow. Signed the Exhaustion schedule demanded by filming the show, and he had blown his horizons anyway, and decided to preserve his vocal cords and sing opera. His exit from the series came in the episode in which Sergeant Carnessa is shot in the line of duty and transferred the administrative portion under a president. Wow. In 1993, he was substituted for Raymond Burr in the present Perry Mason TV movie, The Case of Wicked Wives. In his early appearance, appeared in Bruce Willis' father in the weekly series Moonlighting, and a limited counterpart in the never-aired original pilot from the movie, from the episode called the show, Sanford and Son. Okay? Some of the most notable film roles were Paul Scario, which is called me, how many knows it? Sorry, I spoke anyway. And Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas, 1990, and Harry Kissinger in Oliver Stone's Nixon, 95. Anyway, in addition to Goodfellas, he also played in Mob Bosses Ed Valentine in The Rocketeer and Tony Memorial in The Firm. Okay, he also founded the Paul Sororio Foundation. To build militia facilities for children and adults across the United States. Okay. In 1998, he narrated the series The Big House for History Channel. Okay. In 1999, he directed again, starring in the Albert playing the role. Okay. In television version of that championship season, I think when I turned 7 for this, I'll talk more about it in Hey Arnold jokes, but that's just me. In Hey Arnold the movie, Chappelle voiced the main antagonist in the series, Mr. Stack, the CEO of Future Tech Industries, who wanted to convert Arnold's neighborhood into a huge shopping mall. First of all, Jesus! Secondly, I want to just talk about his boring jokes, so Hey Arnold jokes to be a pilot, but that's just me. Anyway, from 2000 to 2002, he also had a starring role as Frank DeLucia, anyway, in the television drama That's Life. He also starred in the comedy Still Standing as Miller, something like that. Anyway, following some Bill Mark Eddie's role. Anyway, he also filmed Trouble with Call. Anyway, in Charlton Wilkes Berry area of Pennsylvania. He directed and starred in the film, but as star Miller also starred in the film. Anyway, he played Gene Cole, founder Roddy Marlowe in the 2008 musical film We Call the General Opera. Welcome to Red Pill, director Darren Lynch Bossman again. He played God in The Devil's Carnival, a short film screened from the tour began in April 2012. His personal life began when he left Los Angeles and Madison, Indiana. Okay? He had 3 children, Mara, Michael, and Amanda, from his first marriage with Warren Davis. Mara and Michael were actors. In January 2007, news reports detailed that he displayed a gun in front of Daniel Snee. Wow. Next boyfriend of his daughter Amanda. Yeesh. After the man pounded his hotel room door and made threats, Amanda testified that Snee threatened to kill her at a hotel on January 3rd in Snowell, Vermont. She said she locked herself in the bathroom and called both the police and her father. Her 67-year-old father showed up before police. She testified. When the police arrived, the young man was arrested. God. Was charged with disorderly conduct, she said. It's Deputy Sheriff in Pennsylvania. She was legally authorized to carry the gun in different states. He did not point the gun at Snee or threaten him. Number 1, you did. Secondly, it's not right. Jesus. March 2008, he and his daughter Amanda robbed an American agent horse at Slaughter in Washington, D.C. for U.S. Congress to pass the American Horse Slaughter Preservation Act. Not going to say what. There. The Sororio had won a private horse rescue operation in Gilbert, Pennsylvania. He was also an accomplished sculptor, specialized in cast bronze. In December 2008, his sculpture is a late playwright, Jason Smoller, unveiled his gallery in Pennsylvania. Okay. In addition, he guest starred in 2008 album of Nelson singer Eddie Nobby called Number 90, Happy Nelson. Performed a duet with the song Luna and Wassa. 2007, he launched Paul Soya Foods to market a range of pasta sauces. But based on the smaller recipes, the product appeared in supermarkets in the Northeastern United States in late 2009. 3 years later, he also part of the ownership of Jason Beckett commercials. Anyway, okay, moving on. In an April 2014 interview, he also said, most people think I'm either a gangster or a cop or something, but the reality is I'm a sculptor, a payer, a best-selling author, man of many fakes, a poet, opera singer, but none of them is a gangster. Anyway, let you know, obviously I'm sort of a knack for playing these things. It's almost like my later skills in live and disputes. People in the notion that I'm a slow-moving, heavy-lidded thug. Wow. I don't know. And most people with impression for me is that because of the success of Goodfellas and a few other things, they forgot that I was also Dr. Kissner and Nixon, the deaf lawyer and dummy, and they forgot lines that I have done. It was nice to have my legacy more than just a tough guy. Before screenings of his film Once Upon a Time in Queens and the Florida Film Festival in Orlando, in April 2014, he revealed that he wrote rhyme and material poetry and recited one of his works as an example. In December 2014, Sororio married political opponent D.D. Banky. Okay, makes sense anyway. Okay. After meeting her on the Your World with Neil Confidentiary. Anyway, in January 2018, he learned that Harvey Weinstein illegally sexually harassed his daughter Mira, and then blacklist thank God I'm gonna say it. Anyway, blacklists her within the film industry after she rejected the then film moguls S-word demands. In response, Sororio told TMZ he's going to go to jail. Oh yeah, the son of a B-word. Good for him and these goals, because if not, he's going to meet me, and I'll kill that mother bleeper. Anyway, real simple, and I know it will not be walking. He'll be on the wheelchair. This pig will be communized. That wall will get him. He's going to jail and die in jail. Jeez. First of all, why? The hashtag Me Too thing makes sense. But anyway, why does that have to do with Mira? Anyway, before I read this death, first of all, is that he or she? It is an actress, yes. She's still alive, but 54 years old and suddenly thinking she's gonna, the Harvey Weston, yeah, I have to agree with that. Yeah. Anyway, he died in Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. On July 25th, 2022, he was 83 years old. He was in the Hollywood Forever Cemetery. Wow. I don't know about this. Anyway, my next step topic has to do with Bob Robinson. Anyway, born Robert J. Robinson. Wow. I mean, that would be a lot of reading to do if I can read this. But anyway, you know what? Yeah, let's see how many more is left. I'm gonna skip Bob Russell and whatever. I can't read the rest of these depth topics tonight, If we're gonna go ahead and do depth topics again, then it won't make sense. But anyway. Okay, now I'm on. How long do we do this for? Nearly an hour. Good. Anyway, it was American actor, film director. Anyway, writer and producer. He was regarded as one of the key figures in the founding of the New Hollywood movement in the 1970s. Good. Anyway, among his best known films, and the director includes those made as a part of his company he founded, Raybert BBS Productions, 5 ACPs in 1970, and The Kingdom of Marvin Guards in 1982, as well as acclaimed films such as Post Malone Rings Twice in 1981, Mountains on the Moon in 1990. Other films he produced as part of the BBS includes two of the most cinematic films in the era, such as Easy Rider in 1969, The Last Picture Show in 1971. Easy Rider, by Easy Pieces, and The Last Picture Show were all chosen in inclusion of Library of Congress National Film Registry. He was also one of the creators of the pop group and TV series The Monkees, and with BBS partner Burt Schwerner. His first wife was production designer Toby Carr Robinson. Wow. Be right back. I'm back, folks. Anyway, just getting some water. Anyway, moving on. He was born on Manhattan on February 21st, 1943, in a Jewish family. The son of Murray Bowmanfield and Sidney Robinson, a hat-wearing manufacturer. Anyway, I gotta drink this. Anyway, manufacturer. Much better. Anyway, it took me forever to make this. Anyway, his much older first cousin, once removed, was a screenwriter and playwright Samson Robinson. Anyway, the author jazz singer who wrote 9 films from director Ernst Robinson. Anyway, Samson looked like an interest in my work. Anyway, Robinson told critic David Thompson. Anyway, excuse me. If you like the picture, then I will like his favorite nephew. Anyway, but if you didn't like it, I was a different cousin. Okay. Robinson attended Trinity Paulson School, a boarding school in Paulson, New York. Anyway, from which he graduated in 1950. Anyway, as a teenager, he would often run away from home. Wow, like I did before and years ago. Anyway, for Avatar's lifestyle. He quit riding at radio in Arizona and playing in a jazz band on his last show. Wow. After studying personality in Dartmouth College, where he had made friends with screenwriter Buck Henry, Robinson was driving the United States Army and stationed in Japan. Anyway, in Japan, he worked as a disc jockey, translated Japanese films, and was in Advertisers Scotto have announced it film company. Okay. As to what films and we financially successful in the United States. In an interview with critic Pierre Tongue, I'm pronouncing these words here, Robinson said he was translated the films and said that he saw Japan. Initially sold I can't pronounce his name, sorry. Those are all Japan words. Anyway, who originally approach to its editing catalyze him as a young man. I have to watch as an Ozu movie over and over again, says Tokyo story. And I was optimized by the stillness of his frames. It sure is a combination, he said. So I suppose my own appetite will evolve from looking at the certain kind of pictures Bergman and Ozu enjoyed for, if you will. He began dating Tommy Carr in high school, and they later married in the 1950s. The couple had 2 children, Peter Robinson, and born in 1960, and Jordan Robinson in 1962. Toby Robinson was a production designer and made films. Wow. Okay. He called her husband's 5 Easy Pieces. The Kingdom of Wine Gardens, okay? Makes sense anyway. And Stay Hungry, okay? As well as Martin Sordo's Alice Doesn't Live in Air Anymore. Wow, okay. And Jonathan Dermore's Melvin Howard, okay? His early television career began when his first professional job was a story editor on a TV series playing the lead for the producer David Silkstein. Anyway, in 1959, the series produced televised stage plays from contemporary and classical authors. Okay. His first job required him to read hundreds of plays, select for which would be produced, okay, and write some initial dialogue uncredited. His first writing credits were an episode of the TV series The Witness in 1960, and an episode of the series called The Great Showrunner of 1963. In June 1962, he and his family moved to Hollywood, where he began working as associate producer on the television shows and the films such as Universal Pictures, Radio Productions, Desolate Productions, and Screen Gems. Wow. Having an argument with Lou Laversman over differences of show Shade, Crumpton and Robinson sweeping awards, Melsons, souvenir accessories, and other techniques. From Laversman's death, he was fired. Wow. In 1965, while working at Screen Gems, Robinson met fellow producer Bert Skarner. Wow. Okay. They became fast friends and created the comedy Raybert Productions. Wow. Oh man, makes sense in any way. Anyway, together that year, Raber would later become BBS Productions and produced films as a various summary of Columbia Pictures. Robinson and Shiner's Productions' first project was a television series of the rock and roll group. Robinson said that the idea of the show, which was inspired by his own misadventures while playing the band in Mexico, presenting a dark Hard Day's Night. Robinson said, I have created the shows before. The Beatles existed, something like that. Anyway, and it's based on the time that as a certain musician more interested in having fun than earned a living. Raber Productions sold the idea of Screen Gems, and it was when they are unable to get either the Dave Clark 5 or the Lovin' Spoonful for the show, ran ads in the Daily Variety and Hollywood Report for musicians. The band then they created was the Monkees, and the series ran from 1966 until 1968. The Monkees were famously a success from the audiences, and despite the band being a massively provided act. And partially popular by youth, I can't pronounce that, so demographic, whatever you pronounce it. Anyway, at the time, they both won the Emmy Award for the Outstanding Comedy Series and produced in 1987. He also said that while the show was created in the effect in the editing room, the tempo of paramount importance, I have to direct one or two of the shows for television to set the pattern of how the things should be made. He also said that one of the first 32 shows, 29 were directed by people who have never directed before. Wow, including me. So the idea of using new directors, not perhaps the two coordinated by traditional ways, of thinking was a coordinated of that series, just continue on the movies that were made later. He upsided the series in a very different way of cutting and doing half-hour comedy, because there was interviews of which it was saying one, and there was documentary footage. Anyway, his early film career began when Robinson and Bert Schreiner's newfound success allowed them to get more funding for Rifert Productions and to establish a record comedy called Gems. The next project was Head, a feature film starring the Monkees, co-written with friend Jack Nicholson. And featured appearance by Nicholson, Victor Mature, Terry Garsmandat, Carol Dada, something like that. I don't know. Let me drink. There. Anyway. Do that. Anyway. Annette from the late Annette from I don't know what it is. Anyway, Frank Zappa, Sonny Ellison, Tiffany Carey, I pronounced it. Anyway, right next year, I pronounced it, and Dennis Hopper. It was Robinson's debut as a feature-length film director. That Robinson said that, of course, has entirely and totally fragmented film. Among other reasons for making it what it was, I thought it would never make another movie. But make 50 at the sharp, out with. But them all into the same feature, Had presented the first of Robinson-Nicholson collaborations. Later to include 50 Easy Pieces. The King of Marvin Gardens and The Postman Always Rang Twice, among others. In the profile of Robinson's Esquire magazine, I pronounce it. Anyway, Jack Nicholson commented that I may have thought if I started with this career. But I think he started my career. I have to agree, yeah. Head was a potless stream of consonantless film that, among other things, attempts to describe the musical part as of the Monkees and started the consumer ideals and image. In the song, it sounds like the Monkees, okay? So it seems confident saying, hey, we are the Monkees. You know what we love to do, please. Anyway, how to pronounce these words, sorry. A natural image with no possibilities. Other things include analyzed possibilities of stories of physics such as the Monkees being sucked there through the giant vacuum, clear and turn the specs, I can pronounce it, of dandruff, and Victor's Measure's head, okay? The film ends with Monkees being low in the truck and driven to the Columbia Studio gates, okay? The film was an eventual failure, and the possibility of the Monkees was already in decline. Anyway, it was having since emerged in a cult classic with a strong following. Ray Bird's next project, Easy Rider, directed by Dennis Hopper, premiered in the 1969 Cannes Film Festival. It was released in July 1969. Quickly became a cultural phenomenon. The film's success gave Ray Bird enough funds and quote the phrase for third of more projects. Anyway, Robinson and Snyder soon added Snyder's childhood friend Stephen Byers to the company. Then its name became BBS Productions. Bert, Bob, and Steve. BBS film project is named 5 Easy Pieces, was Robinson's second feature film shot in 1969. In an interview with Top Creek Inside Itself, he also explained the idea behind BBS. My thought was there was so much talent here in the U.S., but no talent is for recognizing it. I thought together we could do this, but that Bert some magic. Anyway, the New York Times critic, mine dark guys. Anyway, Rex recently highlighted Robinson's Schroeder's funding the Groovy's 1960s company, Weber, later known as BBS Productions. Anyway, it gave us Easy Rider, 5 Easy Pieces, Last Picture Show, and Hearts and Minds. Anyway, remedy the absence of such risk-taking companies today. Anyway, 5 Easy Pieces written by Robinson and Carol Eastman, under the aliases on Alan Joyce, and starring Nicholson, Karen Black, and Susan Patch. Anyway, he plays Bobby Darby, okay, a gifted classical piano player who works in the all-rigged RIG, not NIG, because I'm not gonna say it. Sorry. In California. Anyway. Anyway, and spends most of his time drinking beer. Anyway. And bowling. And when he's put upon girlfriend at Black, okay? And Bobby is constantly displayed non-conformance. Anyway, stating that I move around a lot, not because I'm looking for anything literally, okay? But to get away from for things that go bad if I stay, something like that. Anyway, he learns with his sister that his father he has a stroke, and Dad wants to travel back to his family home in St. John's Island in Washington State. He goes on a road trip to Washington, picking up the 2 hippie hitchhikers along the way. This film's most notorious highlight. He unsuccessfully battles with the dead waitress in the diner with the omelet, with real toast, wheat toast, something like that, I don't know. The scene ends with a violent sweeping of Bobby's arm. He clears the table. Do you see the sign? He blurts. True, it is a Dominus at Bono's quotes that I can't pronounce it. Sorry, sorry about that. Pronounce these words. Anyway, Bell's clothes and Percy's Aginus streetcar named Jersey. Anyway, but bodies may have been challenging. Anyway, on the 12th, as a 12. Anyway, someone's been behavior he has been in the movies. Anyway, to cause a possible dumb reveal of Robinson's suggestion. Have enough. Anyway, Progration, I'm pronouncing it, in 1996, and Blood, Wine, and cinematic debriefing occurs when Nicholson, charmed by Michael Caine, which I said before in the episode. He later portrayed Scrooge in the Muppet Christmas Carol, and seeking a clear table from them both in the cafeteria. Anyway, effectively picking up by a tray containing using initials one table and drops it in the floor. And nausea simply. Anyway, he also described that Bobby as a guy who is all for the touch and the emotions. Anyway, the film was the initial bid, earning $18 million in the box office. Anyway, it was widely emerged by the critics. It was nominated for 4 Academy Awards: Best Picture, Best Actor Nicholson, and Best Supporting Actress Black, and Best Original Screenplay. As a producer, co-writer of the film. Anyway, Robinson was nominated for 2 Oscars. He also received the New York Film Critics Award for Best Director and the Best Film in 1970. Okay. I don't know why it was going to make sense, but anyway. Film critic David Robinson called Robinson a new director who used his film with a subcategory and novelist without losing any of the combinations, and actually phenomenal in the cinema's unique mixture, image, and sound. Anyway, in the original 1970 review of the Chicago Sun-Times, film critic Roger Ebert called 5 Easy Pieces a masterpiece of heartbreaking initially, and the movie is joyfully alive in the road of life of hero. It's a hero, okay? Robert Horatio Dobia is one of the most unforgettable characters in American movies. Anyway, in the greatest movies essay in the film, he reflected on the scene of inflight on having seen it for the first time. Anyway, we have a revelation. This is what the directions of American movies should be taken. Anyway, such as intellectual characters, dialogue, with the ear for the vulgar, and the literature, into a professional in the cinema's unique mixture of image and sound. In the original 1970, I read the words wrong. Sorry. Into a plot, free to the supplies on us and his character. Excuse me, folks. Anyway, I misspoke. Sorry. Anyway, into an initial ending not required to be happy. Anyway, Ebert include 5 Easy Pieces in his greatest movies list. Anyway, series. Anyway, his next films were King of Marvin Gardens, released in 1972 through BBS. And the film was written by Jacob Brackman. The story by Ralph Nixon and Brackman. Anyway, starred Jack Nicholson, Bruce Demme, Ellen Burstyn, Julia Ann Robinson, Scott Crofters, and Charles Levine. The title refers to the original Atlantic City version of Monopoly game board. Anyway, when they misspelled and misplaced Marvin Gardens was one of the yellow squares in children's games and cooperative success. Anyway, in the film, Nicholson plays David Salzberg. Anyway, a menagerie Pennsylvania disc jockey who tells long, Andrew's learning stories in his childhood. Over the radio, lives his elderly grandfather wedding. David receives Sorry about that. Anyway, a call from the expert Khan artist brother Jason during asking him the ball bailing out of jail in Atlantic City. When David arrives, he gets in the car and Jason's team to develop a South Pacific island gambling casino, so that was the brothers can fulfill their childhood dream of the island kingdom of their own. David joins up with Jason, his girlfriend Sally, and Sally's stepdaughter Jessica Robinson. Anyway, to make up the dream a reality. But David soon learns that Jason is on over his head and ultimately the real gangster named Louis closest. Anyway, who is not moved to Jason's idealism. Anyway, The Kingdom Marvin Gardens received mixed reviews and was not a financial success. Although critics see a sense of revitalization anyway, David Foreman wrote that it made an even better film than 5 Easy Pieces. Although the next last film made by BBS, in what Foundation explained to Thompson, I want to make my own pictures, and Burt was moving towards radical politics. He wanted to do Hearts and Minds, 1974 documentary about the Vietnam War. Hearts and Minds, directed by Robinson's friend of many decades, Pierre Davis, won the Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature. It was the last film to bear the PBS empire. The late 70s began as Robinson then spent more than a year researching a film that had never been made about the slave trade to Africa. Okay, he traveled over the 5,000 miles in West Africa. Has said that he lived the life of many of the characters that I read about. Okay, Robinson then wanted to turn something more cheerful. Okay, to put the project more expression object myself. Anyway, his next film was Stay Hungry, based on the novel by Charles J. Gaines. Anyway, directed by Robinson and Gaines, featuring Jeff Bridges, Sally Field, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Anyway, and Satman Carvers. Anyway, he stars as Greg Blake. Anyway, millionaire in Alabama who was recently interred in parents after his tragic death in a plane crash. He lives lonely in his mansion with only his butler, Cars, that is, to keep him accompanied in his aisles and away from his days. Anyway, when he becomes involved in the shady investment firm, he visits Olympic Sparky Gym, where his bodybuilders are trained in the upcoming Mr. Universe contest. He befriended bodybuilder Joe Schwarzenegger, anyway, who teaches them to that you can't grow without burning. I don't like to be too comfortable. Once you get used to it, it's hard to give up. I like to stay hungry. Anyway, he also began dating the gym's recognized Mary Tate Field, that is. But his upper class friends do not approach, do not approve his new lower class fields. Friends, anyway. But in his end, Blake chose his new friends and buys some Jim Santo. The film earned Robinson Gaines a nomination for Best Comedy adapted for another medium in the Warriors Gold of America, while Schwarzenegger received a Golden Globe for Best Acting debut in the motion picture. That's a good idea. Anyway, in 1978, Robinson began production of the film Brubaker, starring Robert Redford, Jane Alexander, and Morgan Freeman. He has spent several days at the top security prison to research the firm. He was fired from the film after just 10 days of shooting. That's the time I got literally punched somebody out. He said he was the head of a studio, and there was a lot to talk about. By the way, it was grossly exterminated. He was replaced by Stuart Rosenberg. Robbie filed a breach of contract and slammed a lawsuit in May 1979, and asking for damage of $10 million, claiming that 20th Century Fox, now known as 20th Century Studios, that is, has encouraged him to have complete arbitrary and creative control of how made statements that apply. He was a complement, emotionally stable, and was not qualified to direct a major motion picture. Later, film career began when he was again teamed up with Jack Nicholson in 1981, joining him to the fourth collaboration, The Postman Always Rang Twice, based on a novel by James M. Cain, which also adapted in the film in 1946, and with John Garfield and Leonard Turner. The remake was written by David Morris. The film's first screenplay was for playwright, and co-starred Jessica Raines. Okay, Nicholson played a the virtual era drifter who happens upon welfare Donner and becomes involved with the owner's wife in the plot with to kill her husband. Robert has said in the film's receptions, critics at America, at least when it first came out, now have switched. Wow, makes sense anyway. Didn't like it very much, but in France, in Germany, and Russia, in places that have traveled since the making of this movie, it seems that it emerged in one of the movies that have like most of mine, because it's unlikely romantic nature. In France, in pleasure, he confers as an amateur. Anyway, in 1987, Robinson directed Black Widow. Anyway, starring Deborah Winger. Anyway, okay, W-I-N-G-R E-R, something. I don't know. How to pronounce this word. Sorry. Anyway, and written by Wild Bass. Anyway, the film received favorable reviews, with the Washington Post critic Paul Emanuel writing that the joys of Black Widow and the joys of the film well made. Cinematography of Carl Hall, production design of Gene Collinan, fabulous cast, which also featured Dennis Hopper, Nicole Williamson, and Diane Ladd. Anyway, Robinson's next project was Mountains of the Moon, 1990. The film's also about the 1857 to 1958 journey of the Richard Francis Burton and John Hannings speaks in the exposition of Central Africa. The project is a collection that speaks to discovering the source of the Nile River. It starred Patrick Bergen as Burton and Ian Glenn Spike. Anyway, it was hauled by the Chicago Sun-Times. Anyway, critic Roger Ebert. It's completely extraordinary. Ebert continued, it tells the story of sobering and intelligently. Anyway, it was quiet style. It's kind of a movie that sends you away from the screen, followed with curiosity to know more about this man, Burton. Anyway, in Newsweek, Jack Kroll wrote, the explorers of Sir Richard Francis Burton makes Lawrence of Arabia look like a tourist. From scenes to sea, the film grips you as few movies do, moving between Africa and England, the spotlight and an extraordinary range of characters in both prominent and civilized. Anyway, cultures. From your African tribal chiefs, mild and murderous, to the knobs of the royal geographical society, honest and treacherous, okay? Robinson later observed, I was very lucky to make that movie. I can tell you, it was very a movie I enjoyed making. It was that one. Robinson again teamed up with Nicholson in 1992 for the fifth collaboration. It was joined by 5 Easy Pieces screenwriter Carl Eastman, okay, for the film Man in Trouble. In 96, he was a sixth and final with Nicholson, okay? But he won. His last films were 98, Post Springs, and 2002's No Good Dead, based on the works of Raymond Chandler, Dashiell Hammett, okay, respectively. No Good Dead was entered the 24th Moscow International Film Festival. Robinson and Nicholson collaborated on film projects almost 30 years. Wow. Robinson has been honored in numerous international film festivals, including in these following countries: Argentina, Brazil, England, France, Greece, Japan, Sabrina, and Turkey, and has given many masterclasses. He has also contributed commentaries and interviews to the DVD, Blu-ray releases of Head 5 Pieces, The Kingdom Modeling Gardens, Stay Hungry, Postman Harvey's Ring Twice, and Blood and Wine. He's also contributed essays in the Los Angeles Times Magazine and John Botman's collection of greatest events in the past 2,000 years. His personal life when he began marrying in 1955 to Toby Carr. They lived near Aspen, Colorado, in the house built in the 50s, and the climber and his 11-year-old son. That Robinson by 1970 when they live here and nowhere else, he said. Robinson's 10-year-old daughter, Julie, died of injuries when he was playing Slough Explorer in the Robinson's home in August 1973. Shortly after that, Toby Robinson was diagnosed with cancer, but eventually recovered. While they later divorced, they remained close friends. And Robinson referred as his first wife as head nurse, teacher, and broadcast. His oldest son is songwriter Peter Robinson, who wrote the song "Open Your Heart," which became a his hit from Madonna. He married Gabriel Torax in 1999. The couple had 2 sons, Eo and Harper. He died from lung cancer at his home in Aspen on July 23rd, 2022. He was 89 years old. Okay. How long do I record this for? Okay, an hour and a half. Yeah. I'm gonna do... Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Oh, okay, let's see here. It's just... Yeah, it's gonna take a while to make too long to read topics like this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We're almost done. Anyway. We're gonna split the 6 death topics into some, okay? That makes sense. Make sense to you? I can't. Okay, I can't. Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna get my next step topic, which is Bill Russell. Anyway, he was born William Fallon Russell. Anyway, best known as American professional basketball player who's played the center of the Boston Celtics for the National Baseball Association, NBA for short, from 1956 to 1969. A 5-time NBA Most Valuable Player, MVP for short, and a 12-time NBA All-Star, okay? He was a centerpiece of the Celtics dynasty that won 11 NBA championships, okay, during his 13-year career. Russell, Harry, Richard, and the National Hockey League are tied with the record of most championships won by an athlete. Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, North American Sports League. Anyway, Russell was widely considered to be one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He led the San Francisco Dons from 2 consecutive NCAA championships from 1955 to 1956. Anyway, he captured the gold medal when U.S. national basketball team. Anyway, 1956 Summer Olympics. Anyway, despite his limitations on offense, anyway, as Russell averaged 50.1 points per game. Anyway, he was bounded defense and leadership made him one of the dominant players in his era. Stands 5 feet 10 inches, 2.8 meters tall, with 7 feet 4 inch, 2.24 meters arm span. His shot blocking and man-to-man defense were major reasons that Kravitz dominance during his career. Russell was equally nominable for the rebound and Ellison. So anyway, and he's led the NBA rebounds 4 times. He has dozens of competitive seasons of 1,000 more rebounds, and remains second in all time in both total rebounds and rebounds per game. Anyway, he was one of the first just 2 NBA players, the first over being Pomeranz rival with Chamberlain. Anyway, Deliver grabbed more than 50 rebounds in the game. He played the wake of Black Pioneers Elroy, Chuck Chopper, and Slurwire Clifton. He was one of the first black players to receive superstar status in the NBA. He also served a free season from 1966 to 1969, standing as the player coach of the Celtics. Anyway, becoming the first black coach in the NBA, first to win a championship in 2011. Barack Obama, the United States of America, that is, awarded also the Black Personal Medal of Freedom, accomplishment of the court in the civil rights movement. Anyway, he also was inducted into a Mammoth Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in 1975. He was one of the founding inductees in the National Colgate Basketball Hall of Fame in 2006. He was assured in the FIBA Hall of Fame in 2007. He was selected in the NBA 25th Annual Tournament in 1971 and the NBA 25th Anniversary Team in 1980. He was named one of the 50 greatest players in NBA history in 1996, and only one of 4 players to receive all 3 honors in the NBA 25th Anniversary Team in 2021. In 2009, the NBA renamed the NBA Finals MVP Award in its honor. In 2021, he was inducted in the National Basketball Hall of Fame for the second time in his coaching career. I'll be reading the rest when I come back. Just hang tight. I'm back, folks. I'm about to start reading the early years in college career and other things. So here we go. He was born in February 12th, 1934 in West Maury, Louisiana, to Charles Russell and Katie Russell. Okay? Like all the suffering towns and cities of that time, Monterey was a very suggested and Russell's often struggled with racism in their daily lives. His father was once refused service at a gas station until the staff has taken care of the whites' customers first when he was tempted, leave, and find a different station. The attendant stuck in a shotgun in his face and threatened to kill him and did not say his turn, okay? Another incident, Russell's mother was walking outside in this fancy dress while a white policeman accused her. He told her to go home and remove the dress, when it was described as a white woman's clothing. During World War II, the second great migration, something like that, began, as large numbers of blacks were moving to the West to look for work there. When Russell was 8 years old, his father moved the family out of Louisiana and settled in Oakland, California. While there, they felt in the poetry, and Russell spent his childhood living in a series of public housing projects. Okay? His father was described as a stern, hard man, would eventually work in a paper factory as a janitor, was the type of, I can't pronounce this word, sorry, well paid and not initial challenging. Sports journalist John Taylor commented, when World War II broke out, the younger Russell became a truck driver. Russell was closer to his mother Kay than his father, and received to a major emotional blow when he suddenly died when he was 12 years old. Wow. His father gave up trucking job, became a steel worker in order to be closer to his children. Russell stated that his father became his childhood hero. Very followed by the Mississippi Lakers superstar George Milken, okay, who he met when he was in high school. Wow. Of Russell, the college basketball player, Milken said, let's face it, he's the best player ever. He's so good, he'd scare you. Initial exposure to basketball. During his early years, Russell struggled with developing his skills as a basketball player. Although Russell was a good runner and jumper and has large hands, he just did not understand the game and was cut from the team as Hoover Junior High School began. As a freshman at McLaughlin's High School in Oakland, Russell was also cut again. And he saw Russell's raw athlete potential. Coach George Pauls encouraged him to work in the fundamentals. Since Russell's previous experience with whites, all three figures were often negative. Warm words were from Pauls rescued him. He would work hard and use the benefits of a growth sports like that to become a decent basketball player. Frank Robinson, a future member of the National Basketball Hall of Fame Museum, was one of Russell's high school basketball teammates. Wow. Russell soon became known under unusual style of defense. He was called to play good defense. He was told back that you have to stay flat-footed, okay? At all times, react quickly. When I started jump to make defense plays the black shots, I was initially corrected, but I stuck to it, and it paid off. In our biography account, Russell said that while in California high school All-Stars tour, he became obsessed with studying memoirs of other players' moves, e.g., footwork, such as which foot they move first and which play as correlation with the defense against them, okay? Which includes practicing in front of the mirror at night. Russell described himself as an avid reader in Dell's magazines in 1950, sports publications, not the Dell logo, that is, here, which he used to scout opponents' moves for the purpose of defending against them. Anyway, his college career began when the University of San Francisco happened when Russell was ignored by college referrers and received none of the offer until Mature Hall the Joshua when the University of San Francisco USF for short watched him play in a high school game. The Joshua was impressed by Russell's master scoring and assertion fundamentals, but he sensed that young Russell was intense to the game, especially the clutch. While the actual offered Russell a scholarship, he gradually accepted. Sports journalist John Taylor described it as a watershed event and Scott Russell's life because he realized that basketball was his chance to escape poverty and racism. But he swore to take the best of it. In UCF, Russell became the new starting center for coach Phil Walpart. Okay, let me drink this real quick. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Anyway, of the San Francisco Dons. Anyway, Walpart is very defense and dominate high court play. Anyway, which favored Russell's exceptional defense skills. Walpart's choice to how to display his players was expected by the skin color. In '54, he became the first coach of major college basketball squad to select these African American players, J.G. Jones, Hal Perry, and Russell. In his USF years, Russell took advantage of Redmond's lack of ball to develop a unique defense style. Okay, instead of Perry graduating the opposite center, he used his quickness, speed to play help defense against opposite forwards and aggressively challenge their shots. Okay, goodbye to statue. Okay, makes more sense. Anyway, kind of statue makes more sense anyway. Stature or something like that. I don't know. And shot blocking skills to center, which is the foot speed of a guard. Russell became the centerpiece of a USF team that soon became a force in college basketball. At the USF kept Hawley Gross acquires starring Tom Ellison. I haven't announced his name. Anyway, Soros in the entire half. Sports Illustrated wrote, if Russell ever learns to hit the basket, they're going to have to rewrite the rules. The NCAA rewrote the rules in response to Russell's divide plays. The lane was Ryan for his junior year after he graduated. NCAA rules committee instead in second new role because counter to play for this big man. Anyway, like Russell, basket Florence was now prohibited. Okay, Russell became one of the several big men who had brought about NCAA rule change, something like that. I don't know. The NCAA has previously prohibited goaltending in response to George Welkin in 1945, and later became banned the dog shot due to law hard for in 1957, although the later rule was repealed. The games were often difficult with the USF squad as Russell he and his black teammates became targets of racial jeers. Okay, especially with the role in one incident, hotels in Oklahoma City refused to admit Russell and his black teammates while they were in town in 1954 all-college tournament in protest, and the whole team decided to camp out in the closed college dorms, something that I don't know, which is later called the important bonding experience with the group. Decades later, Russell expanded the experience harnessed him against abuse of all kinds, saying that I've never promoted myself to be a victim. Now, I'm not going to read the rest of his college career, nor his professional basketball career. Let's just move on to accomplishments and legacy right now. Okay. Russell is one of the most successful and declared athletes in North America. North American sports history. Anyway, his awards are and achievements include 11 NBA championships from the Boston Celtics. Anyway, in 13 years. Anyway, 13 seasons. Anyway, 2 of which was won by as player coach. It's accredited with Alvin May's Vantage playing the NBA at the new level. By winning the anyway, you know what? I'm not gonna read the rest. Let's move on to his personal life and death. That's just it. I'm not gonna read the rest of it, the whole thing. Just move on. Anyway, Russell was married to his college sweetheart, Rose Swear, from 1956 to 1933. They later had 3 children. Anyway, daughter Karen Russell, a television presenter and lawyer. Sons William Jr. and Kate Jacob. The couple grew up emotional distance and divorce. In 1957, he married Dorothy Anstalt, Miss USA in 1968. They divorced in 1980. In 1996, he also married his third wife, Mary Nault. The marriage lasted until her death in January 2009. Blair was married to Jeanette Russell at the time of his death. He was a resident of Marshall Island, Washington. Okay? For 4 decades. His older brother was a noted playwright, Charlie L. Russell. In 1959, Russell became the first NBA player to visit Africa. Wow. Russell was a member of Kappa Alpha Phi Fraternity, has been played to be Gamma Alpha Chapter with a student of University of San Francisco. In October 16, 2015, Russell was arrested for bringing his registered .38 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun to the San Antonio International Airport, and it was arrest issued. There was a coordination release, and it was transportation security information indictation was levied to a civil penalty, who would be on between $3,000 and $7,500. Wow. He died in his home at Mercer Island, Washington, on July 21st, 2022. He was 88 years old. News was announced on the Twitter post and by his family. In a statement, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said that Russell was a great champion in all the team sports. Now, I'm sorry that all of it's going to take too long for this read, so I'll talk about Bill Russell another time, but that's just me. Anyways, my next topic is going to be about John Steiner. He was born John Steiner. He was an English actor. He attended Royal Academy of Dramatic Art. Worked in a few years at the BBC and later appeared mostly in the Italian films. He was born in January 7, 1941 in Cheshire, England. His career began when he found work primarily in films including Mario Shea and the Ritual Bedside. Anyway, in the same year, 1967, with Peter Cook and Dudley Moore. In 1969, Steiner was hired by the player of the part in the spaghetti western Top of the Night. Anyway, it was also appeared opposite Franco Nero in White Fang, directed by Rochelle Foy. In 1971, he starred the television series High. In 1979, he featured a leading role in Leo, a television production designed for living by Noel Coward. Anyway, he found himself in the demand in Italy and moved there, appearing in a great number of Italian exploitation B films, including police satire, action about Rome, westerns, I can't pronounce it, sorry, war films, The Last Hunter, I can't pronounce these names, The Part Woman in SS Special Session, sci-fi adventure films, Europe, The Economy for the Future, and horror films, such as Mario Bozzi's Shock, Doris Omzi's Tommy Bozzi, and, of course, I can't pronounce his name, Body Count. He also become a famed Italian filmmaker, Tinto Brass, featuring Silent K, and famous, I can't pronounce these films, sorry. Shire was in a very steady demand until the late 80s. Italian film industry declining. Shire retired from acting in 91. Moved to California, where he became a successful real estate agent. His longtime business partner was John Barnett. Anyway. Okay. How to pronounce these words. Anyway. He also contributed to DVD extras on some of his films. He gave interviews with Italian work. In addition to English, Snyder spoke French, Italian, and German. He died in a car crash in Waukesha, California on July 31st, 2022. He was 81 years old. My next step topic, and I'm not going to go over her career, or NASA for that matter. Let's get started on, this is gonna, it's almost 10:45 where I'm at right now. Let's just talk about Nicole Nicholas. And he was born, she was an American actress, singer, and dancer. Best known for the portrayal of Nicole Aria in Star Trek and its film sequels. She was a artist in the groundbreaking of African American actresses in American television. From 1977 until 2015, and Nichols volunteered over time to promote NASA's programs and renowned diverse astronauts and equally women and instrument monitors. Now, I'm not going to read her rest, but I'm going to read her personal life in depth. That was it. Yeah. She then died of heart failure in Silver City, New Mexico. On July 30th, 2022, she was 89 years old. I've been reading this before I have to get ready for bed. This is getting ridiculous. Because I'm releasing this before Sunday, and this is getting ridiculous. Anyway, she's in Star Trek. She's also in NASA, so there you go. Anyway, I'm going to read 3 more depth topics next week. Sorry, everyone. Anyway, moment of silence with regards to not 1, not 2, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, 23 dev topics, okay? That's enough. Okay? The moment of silence reflection each 23. We're going to do another episode of Crazy Bunch's Web Show next week. And then that'll be a part 2 of what we're back episode. Here we go. Thank you. Recipes 23. Unfortunately, I've decided to read Nicole Nicholas another time because I'm not going to read more about it until next week. So, Norris Bud Russell. So, I'm definitely tired right now. Anyway, I gotta read instead of anyway, I gotta get to my topics now and then move on. Anyway, Sesame Place had dressed a video of character widely criticized interaction with young black girls. Wow. Is that so stupid or something? Anyway, it was updated back on last month. Says this. We reached the comments and complex, a rep for Sesame Place, Philadelphia, and said we'll be conducting training for employees so that better understand, recognize, and deliver inclusive, exquisite, and entertaining experiences for visitors, and meant for the ongoing controversy. We sincerely apologize to families that experienced in our park on Saturday, which is back in July, actually. We know that it's not okay, the rep said via email. We are taking action to do better. We're coming to make the right thing this right. Exactly. We'll conduct training with employees so that they better understand, recognize, and deliver the inclusive, exquisite, and entertaining experience to our guests. For over 4 years, Sesame Place has worked for uphold and values of respect, exactly, inclusion, and belonging. We are committed to doing a better job making children and families feeling special, seen, and included in their coming parks. Meanwhile, per TMZ, the family of children seen in the Royal Park clip is now retained in retardatory. We are by even more. Per the report, the current plan is to raise a widely criticized incident, while the potential eventual lawsuit. Activist Mr. Maury, who very spoke out the incident, also joined the coalition for the interview. See that below. No thanks. Anyway, Children's Theme Park is a wide wall of Sesame Street is under fire. Jeez. And then the sharing of quality quickly made viral footage to showing the character simply providing of high five or other acknowledgement of two young black girls. Jesus. Anyway, footage this question was shared by Instagram. User Jolie and shows a park worker in character Rosita. A Sesame Place in Pennsylvania offered high fives to parade observers. Anyway, wow, observers for waving a no motion. Jeez, someone off camera. Now, the worker player appears to make the same motion in response to two black children. Jeez, who are clearly confused by this development. Now, anyway, click with the footage and assuming response with the park rep getting reactions online, as well as further application for public figures including Kelly Rowland and Tamika Mowry. Anyway, no, I'm not going to read the tweet because it's getting late at night, so I'm taping this phone. But anyway, our brand, our park, is top place, stand with their closely, anyway, in equally all forms, said statement with the park shared Sunday. This is what Sesame Place is all about. We do not tolerate our behaviors in our parks. Exactly. They are constantly to comment. We have been, always been committed to making sure every family, every child that is a possible experience at our parks. We are commercially disappointed that what has happened. Exactly. You have to do something about this. Anyway, speaking more especially, the claim that currently being discussed incident that was a result of the cost of design not allowing the wearer to see at lower levels. Thus missing an initial request for gas. The former trained Rosita cost character has determined that the no-ham gesture seen several times in the video was not directed at a person. Oh wow. Rather, this is a response to multiple requests. For someone in the crowd who asked Rosita to hold the child with a foe, which is not permitted, the rep said. The rep added that parks and officials spoke with their families of the young children seen them viral clip, and also invited them back to the meet and greet experience of the roster of characters. In response, Joey was a woman who was originally sharing a now viral clip, criticized the park's statement, and accused staff and Murray trying to save face instead of talking manageable actions. I'll post a video every day until the situation ended, signing a hurt bomb, she said in a Instagram stories update Sunday night. Anyway, and that was basically it for that topic. That was sad to me, you know. My next topic has to do with Jeopardy and Wheel. Now, before I begin this, I was sad because I have no idea what to do next about Wheel. Basically because they're showing season 34 and 37. That was sad to me. I want to not show season 45, please. Thank you. Anyway, Pluto TV is fleshing out some of the details in its new channels involving Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, which are both debuting this last Monday. The Jeopardy channel will feature Hawley episodes hosted by Alex Trebek and will draw from 33 out of the 37 seasons he hosted between 1984 to 2021. The streamers will also program the theme box, featuring episodes from the Tormented Champions, Battle of the Decades, and other Jeopardy events. Meanwhile, Pluto's Wheel of Fortune, offering much new, more recent, other including Wheel episodes produced within the past 5 years. Can we do something else, please? Anyway, the streamer's deal with Sony Pictures Television will make its exclusive free streaming home the 2 shows in the next 2 years, giving it at least 250 episodes each show at launch. The new batch, 250 episodes cycling in a year from now. As part of a licensing agreement, Sony has also struck a develop game show projects for following CBS Entertainment. Anyway, Jeopardy fans will enjoy streaming past episodes of the series with more than Little Bomb when, after a 3-year run, the show suddenly disappeared from Netflix last summer. Wow. But fans' long national nightmare is almost over. Free streamer Pluto TV has struck a deal with Sony Pictures Entertainment to launch a 24/7 channel devoted vintage episodes of the studio's running quizzer, Vulture has learned. In the daily dose of good news, however, Pluto's added another channel devoted to Sony's week celebrated Wheel of Fortune. 2 viral channels are both set on August 1st, which is already this week. Anyway, Pluto plans to use Jeopardy and Wheel as anchors and explanations and coordinations of game show content on the platform. Starting this week, early last Monday, the ad-supported streamer removed its existing Buzzer Beer channels Buzzer, Game Show Central, VH Price is Right, The Bargain Years, and out of the entertainment category into the new game show Pub. They'll join by the new channel debuting TV today, or this week, featuring CBS Wade Bray's hosted version of Let's Make a Deal. Then this week, this month, Wheel of Fortune Jeopardy will move in the virtual neighborhood. Okay? Giving Pluto a total 8 channels devoted to game shows. Pluto and Sony to stay mum about the details of what exactly will be on for the new Wheel of Jeopardy channels, okay? Based on the Pluto's initial strategies to brand channels, it seems both of them will feature hundreds of celebrity episodes of shows, okay? Gregory retreat back many years into their respective catalogs. There's also an understanding like last October when sources first told Vulture, told Sony that talks to Pluto and other ad-supporting streamers like also about licensing Jeopardy episodes At that point, industry insiders suggested Sony's plan to release other old episodes of the series, Wheel of Fortune that is, in Jeopardy anyway, as well as the other ones that a few years ago, which is stupid. Anyway, similar content mix, when the show's ones on Netflix, for now however, Sony and Pluto are the only saying that how deep the vaults are they are to be reaching. We'll continue to pray for Wheels episodes for the days that when episodes started the words, look at the studio. And players will go shopping for prizes, equal to something like Dalmatian. Anyway, Pluto's deal is understood to give an exclusive streaming rights to Wheel and Jeopardy within the universe is free. As supporting services, but once Sony is free to separate deal to put shows in subscription-based streamers such as Netflix, Hulu, or even people simply Paramount Plus. While Jeopardy has been missing from Netflix since last August, there's still a grand total of 25 episodes of Wheel has hanging around the streaming giant for now. As for Pluto, the platform is unveiling a new game show category today. Suggestions of a larger lineup overhaul, including the debut of hubs debuting daytime TV, faint talkers like Drew Barrymore's show, courtroom shows including the new classic Judge Judy channel, something like that. Food, Jordan Massey's and Julia Child, Pull Up the Tea. Anyway, from the PBS show. Anyway, Pluto has been, which is getting up audiences of more than 67 million monthly active users. Anyway, it's available free on most major streaming devices and smart TV models, as well as through the mobile app and via the web. Anyways, my next topic has to do with Disney Plus, and boy, I'm excited to tell you this. They're finally fixing one of the most key drawbacks by adding radar movies. And here's what the move means for subscribers. Anyway, it shows Disney Plus has added its first radar movie, Logan, Deadpool and Deadpool 2, with the move that marks a big step for the service by offering better value than adult subscribers like me. But Disney has also added a slate of mature Marvel shows in March of 2023. Along with increased parental controls. Well, now it's the third year in service, Disney Plus has finally added its first batch of radar movies in the US catalog. The initial lineup includes Logan, Deadpool, and Deadpool 2. These films have also been long awaited by Marvel fans like me, bits and pieces anyway. But they were previously kept off Disney Plus as a result of the platform's focus on PG-13 under contracts. As of July 22nd, it appears that restrictions no longer in place. Thank God. The revival of these radar movies, the prior edition of several TVMA rated Marvel films, Disney Plus seems that ready to expand beyond the family-friendly image, embrace more mature content. That said, it remains to be seen that the streaming service will commit to producing more adult programs, or if it's simply tie them to the sake of Marvel fans. Anyway, what radar movies shows can I watch on Disney Plus? Well, as follows. Deadpool, Logan, and Deadpool 2 are the first radar movies that are available to watch on Disney Plus in the US right now. Before the revival of these radar films, the service began emerging more mature content. In addition to those several TVMA Marvel shows in March next year, the shows were all originally to stream on Netflix, may were moved to Disney Plus. Once the studio's deal with Netflix expired, the lineup includes Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage. Anyway, while the addition of mature content is big news for subscribers in the US, Disney Plus is streaming radar films in other regions for some time. In many international markets, Disney Plus members consider the service Star Channel which features rated R movies such as Die Hard and Borat. Anyway, it appears Disney Plus is going to separate channels in the U.S. And instead just add rated R movies in the regular lineup. What does the addition of rated R movies mean for Disney Plus subscribers like me? Anyway, Disney Plus has a huge library of movies and shows, along with some of the streaming market's most popular exclusive. But the service has strangely lacked variety for adults without children. Aside with Star Wars and Marvel franchises, Disney Plus has suffered from a large gap for adult-oriented content. While Disney Plus massive catalog will always be valuable for parents and families, potential expanded offerings geared toward adult viewers will help it better compete with the other streamers, Netflix and HBO Max, which will be coming, which I'll talk about in a little bit. For example, already have huge library field of rated R movies and mature shows. Anyway, until now, Disney Plus has been the only major streaming provider that limited movies such to PG-13 material. And more mature content will benefit over subscribers who don't want to pay some monetary service like Hulu to get access to rated R entertainment at $8 a month. Disney Plus is already one of the most affordable streaming services, so a shift towards allowing more movies to adult viewers while we add to its value will open the door to much larger selection of titles to stream. What are R-rated movies we can get into add to Disney Plus? Well, Disney's 2019 acquisition of Fox brought a ton of mature content in the Disney library. That's good news. But the other news is, where's Touchstone Pictures? Where's Hollywood Pictures at? We're gonna have those Disney Plus. Anyway. But not all this have found a streaming home. Okay? Due to the family-verse approach to Disney Plus. While Hulu has become the default service for a lot of these movies and shows. Disney Plus edition of Deadpool and Logan can single a openness to bring more of these titles directly to Disney Plus subscribers. Outside the US, the Star Channel on Disney Plus offers R-rated fare like Con Air, Office Space, the Grand Bonnet Hotel. Furthermore, classified movies like Alien and Die Hard wouldn't feel like too out of the place alongside Disney Plus, Disney's other nostalgia, including franchises. Only time will tell if these other rated R movies can add to the Disney Plus lineup in the US. But the studio has no stories of films to choose from if it wants to keep expanding the appeals to the adult members like me. The Disney Plus offers parental controls, what I'll talk about in the next topic. When Netflix material Marvel shows launched in Disney Plus, the streaming service also introduced a new pin code, like I have the pin code seen here. Systems that let you, adult members, prevent kids and otherwise users like me from accessing their account profile safe. It's a simple security measure, but it's also given Disney the ability to offer more mature content without fear of kids gaining access. The parental controls are easily accessible by navigating your pet profiles in the app or on Disney Plus website and then selecting a profile. From there, you can also have the option to add a pin. Disney Plus offers other kids' profiles which will limit their experience of shows rated TBY 7 or under. Kids off accounts can also be locked with a pen. And the security question can be added to make it harder to switch profiles. Exactly. So what had to do with the next topic had to do with it? Well, here's the bad news. Parents with console slams Disney Plus for rated R movies, saying it was violates trust of families. Now, I'm like you, I'm not a huge fan of that, but I'm sorry. This happened on July 24th, 2022, okay? The Paris Television and Media Controls PACC for short is upset with Disney Plus for going back to his promise to not add rated R movies. Wow. Disney Plus again, the crosshairs, with parents, television, media, control, so PCC for short. This time they add Marvel's rated R movie titles, like Logan and the Deadpool series. The PCC has criticized Disney Plus earlier this year, as well as streaming Daredevil and the other Defenders of the Universe shows on Netflix, which are all rated TVMA. For the unaware, PCC is Converse Media Observatories, okay? Group of networks telephores possessing children and families providing profanity line. Okay, makes sense anyway. Content. Anyway, across media platforms, opposed societies argue that it promotes censorship. In the past, the PCC had called the ban of HBO's affirmative. Wow. Recently slammed Netflix to introducing explicit adult content in Stranger Things Season 4. Wow. The ban of the show will be rated TVMA. Jeez. Anyway, the addition of Deadpool and Logan to Disney Plus catalog and the first rated R movies have been well received by fans. And Marvel stars were both Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackson taking to social media to celebrate. The addition but the BBC argues that the addition breaks the Walt Disney Company's 2019 promise of never adding mature movies to Disney Plus. Here's what the BBC president Tim Wonders said. 3 years ago, the Walt Disney Company made a promise not to families. No rated R movies on Disney Plus. Why? They said, it's a family-focused platform. They said, we have Hulu for our edgier adult fare. Unfair for me. Anyway, they said, it turns out that they're lying to us. No fair for me. After decades of corporate brilliance establishing itself as the world's most trusted brand for families today, C-level suite at Disney has decided to flush it all down the toilet. Unfair for all of us. Sorry. Whereas also sorry that presents of mature content on Disney Plus violates the trust of families and was black the Walt Disney Company built that is mature empire. And eventually, the decision that will lead the company's downfall. While Disney Plus point describers as prudential controls, the more reserves rated R movies and TVMA rated content TV shows, violates the trust of sentiments of families. What took decades to build and now taking a more monster race. Jeez. One day it was not too distant future. Their business schools will point out the back of the corporate U-turn and they realize what happened to once great Walt Disney Company. In the meantime, family will continue to hopefully undiscovered by Hollywood. Why bother? Anyway, expect more mature content to arrive on Disney Plus in the future. Anyway, Disney Plus is the third biggest streaming service in the world. And unlike Amazon Prime Video and Netflix, it was home to exclusively PG-13 titles till recently. Wow. Now the streamer is incorporating mature content as well. With the combination of Fox and multiple studios holding rights, Marvel's properties, Disney seems to in favor of keeping all their most prized franchises, just like Star Wars and Marvel in a single platform. We can expect more adult-oriented movies and TV shows to arrive on the platform in the future. I have to agree with that. More have to agree with Deadpool for it to keep rated R in that movie. Dragonfall, Freeform, Freedom, something like that. To the Wires, Vampires Blade, and Werewolf by Night in development as well. Both of which can be rated for the adults. And one of the most surprising decisions yet, the studio announced this SDCC that Marvel Zombies will be the first original TVMA rated Disney Plus series premiere in 2024. So excited. Anyway, next topic will be HER, the starring Belle in ABC's Beauty and the Beast 30th anniversary special. Anyway, this happened on July 21st, 2022. Hers casting marks the first time as Afro-Filipina woman to play the role of Belle on screen. Anyway, she was set to play Belle in ABC's upcoming hybrid special in celebration of the 30th anniversary of the 1991 movie Beauty and the Beast. The special was originally announced in the beginning of July, alongside screening the film. It was included a live, never-before-seen musical performance and featured five brand new sets, that is, and costumes inspired by the classic story. Each performance is created by homage, while also adding an iconic story for viewers at home. Songs from the original animated classic will be performed in front of the live audience in Disney Studios. For the special will not be shot live. The studio special will be aired on ABC on December 15th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It will be available to stream the following day on Disney Plus. John M. Chu is the executive producer with Hamish Hamilton on board to direct. I can't believe I got the part of the Beauty and the Beast legacy, her said. The world needs to see the black and Filipino Belle. I have always wanted to be a Disney princess, and I got to work with two wonderful directors, Hamish Hamilton and my favorite John M. Chu. It's a very surreal. I couldn't be more grateful. Her is a 5-time Grammy Award winner, including the win for the Song of the Year of I Can't Breathe in 2021 for her debut album, Back of the Mind. She's also Academy Award winner of the song Fight for You for the charity acclaimed film Judas and the Black Mesh. She has also made the feature acting debut of the Warner Bros. Adaptation of Color Purple. Okay? Sorry I had to spit that. Anyway. With emotions and glossary talent and the stage performance presence, her is his perfect dominance as our Belle. Okay? We are thrilled to the audiences and see her in the celebration of creativity, said Chu. We're both influenced by storytellers and by the original animated movie, so it's very exciting to collaborate together towards an archery of that timeless classic, while also inspiring a whole new generation of creators. Beauty and the Beast, a 30th collection, is produced by Don plus Dustin in association with Walt Disney Television, Autograph, and Electric Somewhere. Executive producers are Chu, Caitlin Caulfield, Hamilton, let's just say what else. Raj Hopper, Richard Kraft, and K. David Malone. Her serves as producer. Wow. Beauty and the Beast was released in late 1991 and went on to achieve comedy box office critical acclaim. In 1992, it became the first animated film to be nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture in Disney. And it originally won 2 Oscars, one for the Best Original Score and one the Best Original Song. My next topic has to do with Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. Now, if you watch this remix, it's for you, buddy. Anyway, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers franchise became the most watched titles on Disney Plus worldwide. Thanks to the new film, the original Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers series has become one of the most watched titles in the summer of Disney Plus worldwide. Initially, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, the movie, has become this 13th most watched film title on Disney Plus in the summer since the launch on May 20th. Anyway, the most popular of the both titles are USA, Japan, United Kingdom, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Spain. Data belongs to Parrot Advertising Workforce. Anyway, my next topic has to do with the following. Fans dubbing Japan's 1980s Super Mario Bros. Anime. Anyway, It's been 10 years since we first wrote about Great Mission of the Saved Princess Peach, a 1986 film released only in Japan. This was the first time a movie has ever been made about Nintendo characters. Wow. It was actually written back on July 2022. Anyway, so it's cool to be able to report in 2022 that it was once again on the way to dub a film for an English-speaking audience. Okay, here's something that you first heard in the movie. I'm not gonna say what due to copyright reasons. Anyway, the plot of the film is pretty standard stuff. Two plumbers who someone working in the grocery store get stuck in the video game world, starring just about every bad guy from the franchise you can think of, and have to say the princess. Anyway, and Kate Bowser's, I'm not gonna say the A word, I'm just thinking it was hilarious. Anyway, while they're in there. Anyway, fun fact, the movie foreshadows perhaps Mario's greatest ever boss, encounters Mario 64, grab Bowser by the tail. Wow. Movie actually makes its debut in the Great Mission. Anyway, it has this distant animation on a nice but clever all basis plot. But it turns the great all the games, characters, and locations in is oh sorry, I meant to say the N-word, sorry. N-I-C-H-E, not the N-word, sorry. Interesting voice actors, including Mario being Sega Rally 2, Nader, and Luigi's be ultimately Tamos from Artemis Berry 1. Anyway, this of course isn't the first time English-speaking time fans, okay, had tried to record their own lines in the movie, as copies of very quality is all around that time for years. But while previously experts has been being big on explanation how to announce it, as you can see and bear here, something like that, I don't know, in the trailer released by the Mario radio show. This one's very good. Okay, sure, it's not a Hollywood quality, whatever that means if it comes to the Mario anyway. But this is anime from 1986, and I think the acting here was a solid match. But the other dub you will have to watch from the same era. The cast of the project includes Mario Radio Show regulars, Bill Butt, Princess Toadstool, Lynch Jr. That's just me. It's played by these actors' name. Ryan Yang is Mario. These are YouTube users' names. Anyway, Ryan Yang is Mario. Luigi, King Womp, Kenny Colba and Professor Egan, and Joe Armentrout as King Colba, King Bob, and Tizaga. Anyway, the story work on the footage itself was done by King Color Video, who released a cut on the YouTube earlier this year. While Yang is also handling the project's music, while in the voice acting has been working in English. Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, my next topic has to do with Harry Potter. Anyway, HBO Max losing all 8 Harry Potter films in August. This month, that is. HBO Max is once again saying goodbye to the origins of original Harry Potter films. As of August 31st, all 8 Warner Bros. Titles were leaving the streamer, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, and 7 others, okay? In the US, fans were whispering Whoa can stream 8 Potter film movies on NBC's Universal's Peacock, which added the service as of July 1st, okay? The Harry Potter film franchise has bounced between HBO Max and Peacock over the last 2 years, illustrating the power of entry power titles to attract and retain subscribers. I mean, the various and combinations among the streaming service, okay? When HBO Max launched in May 2020, it features 8 Potter flicks. but they were gone after a 90-day window, flying over Peacock that fall. Then HBO Max cleared the rights back as of September 2021, but that was eventually only a 12-month term. But The Boy Who Lived has now returned to Peacock nest. Eventually, as the 8 Harry Potter films fly the coop, HBO Max will continue to stream all 3 Fantastic Beasts movies. Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Fantastic Beasts: The Flying Crimes and Grindelwald, and Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. The stream also offers the Harry Potter 20th anniversary Return to Hogwarts special, an emotional reunion of Daniel Radcliffe, Robert Grenny, and Emma Watson, with director Chris Columbus and other cast members discussing the films, respectively. Now, my last topic has to do with HBO Max Discovery Plus to merge into a single streaming platform starting next year. Anyway, it's all combined that HBO Max Discovery Plus greater than the streaming parts Warner Bros. Discovery is going to be flying out next year. The media company announced that the timeline the 2 services will be fussed together. HBO Max and Discovery Plus will be launching in the U.S. A single service in the summer of 2023, according to J.B. Persert, CEO and president of Dual Service Games and Warner Bros. Discovery. Speaking of the company's YouTube earnings call, At the end of the day, putting all the content together was the only way we saw them making a commercial business. He probably told analysts bringing HBO Max and Discovery Plus together to aim a cutting corner so there's something for everyone in the household, he said. WBD did not announce when they were a brand name for the merged service, will be a norm that accepts discussed pricing notified streamer. Warner Bros. Discovery initially focused on its ad support and the ad-free versions of the combined HBO Max Discovery Plus. Gregory said it was also exploring how to reach customers in the free ad-supported space, with content that is totally different than it was on the premium VOD services. HBO may or may not be a part of the name, and I'm verified because they're at the service WBD platform will. Prior to that said, company, I don't know what that makes sense. Anyway, is doing research on the consumer population of the HBO Max name. But HBO will continue the major brand, but HBO will always be Beacon and the ultimate brand that stands for the television quality he says on the call. The merged HBO Max Discovery Plus combine the best elements of both services. Since he said HBO Max has performance and consumer issues, but offers a rich set of features. Discovery Plus has more limited features, but provides a more robust overlaying deliveries and finance. After the summer of 2023, in the United States, WBD plans to take a unified HBO Max Discovery Plus platform in Latin America in the fall of 2023, Europe in early 2024, Asia Pacific in May 2024, and initial markets in the fall of 2024. Anyway, in the second core, WBD's HBO Max, HBO, and Discovery Plus subscribers combined were 92.1 million subscribers, up to 1.7 million subscribers from 9.4 million to the prior quarter. That's up to 22%, 35.8 million subscribers on a pro forma basis versus a year earlier. By 2025, WBD expects to have 130 million global streaming subscribers, and that is a direct-to-consumer business will generate $1 billion in earnings before interest, taxes, dispositions, and dispositions EBITDA for short. Anyway, he also said that the company experts EBITDA losses the streaming division to peak in 2022 with long-term matching potentials of 20% or more. Currently, HBO Max is available for $14.99 per month without ads and $19.99 per month with ads. In the U.S., Discovery Plus priced at $6.99 per month without ads and $4.99 per month with ads. The company previously announced that initiatives would combine the two flagship streaming platforms. HBO Max with legacy Warner Media spun off the AT&T and Discovery Plus, and Embassy closed the deal, forming Warner Bros. Discovery CFO Gar's Werewolves in March. Broadly set out a strategy to combine the streamers, saying that eventually it will sell the pair of the bundle before fully incorporating them. The merged HBO Max Discovery will smash together thousands of hours, programming, and an inspired slate of Spanish script, reality, and documentary content, It'll look a bit in the main cable TV bundle, WBD take a step Thursday towards filling HBO Max and Discovery Plus on the cable content side, announcing the chip and content change Malaysia's network programming will be coming to HBO Max this September, while recommending on Disney Discovery Plus. Anyway, and that's all my topics for today. Now let's move on to one fact of the week. That is, of course, United States House. This is going to be the 2022 public hearings, and that is we haven't talked about this yet. We have the 3rd to 8th hearings. For now, at least. It was saw on PBS NewsHour or that same month, but it was announced back in. Hold on, one moment. It was announced back in June 16th for the 21st of 2022. Makes sense anyway. And then the final one I'm going to talk about is there will be two birthdays. Norman Lear just turned 100 last week, and Norman Lear is an American television screenwriter and film television producer who has produced, written, created, and developed over 100 shows. Wow. Lear is known in many popular 70s sitcoms, including Morning Award, with All in the Family, as well as Mine, Separate Friends, One Day at a Time, The Jeffersons, and Good Times. Lisa is considered obviously popular produced television, including 2017 remake of One Day at a Time, and Netflix revival of Good Times sometime this year. Lear has also achieved many awards, including the Emmys, National Medal of Arts, and of course the Kennedy Center of Arts. He was a member of the Television Academy of Hall of Fame. He is also known for the special activism and funding of liberal and progressive causes and politicians. And in 1980, Lear founded the official organization People for the American Way for counter-influence for Christian right and politics. In the early 2000s, he won the tour of the Declaration of Independence. Happy 100th birthday, Norman Lear. And then last but certainly not least is the wife of Jackie Robinson, which I talk about during bedtime stories, Rachel Robinson. And born Rachel Annette and Sure, she just turned 100 last month. It was American former professor and registered nurse, as well as the widow of professional baseball player Jackie Robinson. And happy 100th birthday, so there you go on that. For Jackie Robinson Day, and celebrating his 75 years of baseball of Jackie Robinson, that was basically it. And that was my fun fact of the week that was supposed to happen this last month, but I couldn't. So there you go on that. And there will be a part 2 of Depth Topics next week. But there you go on that. And there you go. And that was the Crazy Bunch's web show episode number 70. How long do I take this for? Wow. It's gonna be 5 hours by the time I end this show. Anyway, that was the Crazy Bunch's web show episode number 70. Hope you enjoy it. Stay tuned for the next one. It's gonna be Crazy Bunch's web show episode 71. Hopefully it's not gonna be that long for me to tape this. It's gonna be for depth topic after depth topic after depth topic for me. But I'm gonna keep writing and see what's up. Until next time, this is Jerry Sabah, peace out, baby. We'll get more Crazy Bunch's web show episodes, guys. Pursue. Till then, sit out. See ya.